and all of that. But I do wish that Congress would pass a law that we as Americans, as citizens of this nation, as taxpayers, we have a right to know when somebody is accused of, murdering somebody, stabbing a man to death in his own driveway. We have a right to know who among us, when they're arrested and charged with these crimes, whether or not they are legally here or illegally here. We have a right to know that. And whether or not they're on a visa or whatever's going on, we have a right, in other words, to know somebody's citizenship status. That's my question to you. Don't you think that's fair? 855-839-1210. Quickly, before I get to, and Dan has a lot on the cut sheet, on Dan Borowski's cut sheet here. Hey, good morning, Dawn Stensland. I'm like, boom, we are out of the box.
Shot out of a can.
That's right, baby. I'm going to take you to a beautiful place, and I have family in this area, as you well know. And we were recently in Kennett Square, Westchester, in the area, spent the weekend with friends and family, shopping, walking around, beautiful weather for it.
Don't they have good mushrooms?
Well, they have the mushroom farms, Dan.
Okay.
This is true. But in Kennett Square, this is a beautiful high-end suburban area. And by the way, we should not have crime here in Philadelphia. No matter where you live, nobody deserves crime more or less. I'm not saying that. But this is an area where they don't usually encounter such violent crimes. And this man in his 60s, homeowner, he's sees that somebody's trying to break into his BMW. We don't have all the details. But this is Kennett Square, Chester County. Beautiful place on a beautiful day. And this man runs out, sees somebody, breaking into his vehicle, whatever's going on, confronts that individual. And this poor man ends up being stabbed to death with this violent stabbing happening in Kennett Square. Now we have a 33-year-old man identified as Javier Rivera. And this happened on Sunday. We're just learning about this. I don't know why we didn't see it being reported as well. We did not see this being reported yesterday. We're learning about it. We learned about it late last night. So what's going on here? So this man is accused of going on what I would say a crime spree, wreaking havoc and causing terror in a quiet, beautiful suburban place on a beautiful Sunday. That's what's going on here. So this 33-year-old man, identified as Javier Rivera, tries to steal this man's BMW out of his driveway at his home, and is accused of and charged now with first-degree murder. He's being held Chester County Jail. Now at this point, and this poor man is stabbed. I don't know if there are witnesses here, but I can't even imagine that level of violence, to be stabbed to death and try to defend yourself. Stabbed him in his body multiple times, repeatedly stabbing him in his neck, his torso. Horrible situation. And then this guy is accused of going on quite the crime spree, running, steals another car. Then now he's in the other car, crashes that car into another vehicle. And one of them was, he stole a Honda CRV, which is, by the way, that's my husband's car. Steals that car. I know. Then now crashes into another car, according to authorities, when the victim of that car crash gets out and thinks they're going to exchange, information, goes ahead and allegedly, I have to say allegedly, then steals the other car. By all accounts, just an absolute crime spree, devastation for this community. People in the community shocked by this, horrified, traumatized. But nobody in here, we're hearing rumblings that perhaps this is not a permanent resident of the community, or, there are a lot of rumblings, and maybe that's not fair. But I will just say to you, we should never have to ask the question, because it should be there, public record, on the police report, and we should be able to know, and this community should know, is this individual an American-born or a legal U.S. citizen, or what is the citizenship status of this individual. I'm just saying. So he's being held, first-degree murder charges, many other charges, many victims across the region. But the Chester County DA, Chris D. Barina Sorobe, whatever, this DA out there, we don't have the confirmation. Is this person a legal citizenship? Is he here illegally? Real simple question. And we're getting some, a lot of different information on this. Just wanted to give you that, a tragic situation. Marianne in Doylestown, we want to get to you, 855-839-1210 for calls. Marianne, you say what about this?
Well, I say it's purposely misleading, and I think the woke editors of the local newspapers and the local news outlets do it on purpose, because if you just scan some of these news articles, many times they'll, if it's a normal, American citizen, American person, they will say, John Smith caught shoplifting. But if it's someone that either the police knows that are here illegally, they'll say, Jose Sanchez, Marino of Percy. And they're not, it's so misleading because it, obviously it would be a national, if the police knew that they're here illegally, then they should report that. And I agree 100%. Otherwise, it's misleading. If the person has been committing crimes in other areas, then people will know about that. Like, it's purposely misleading at a double standard.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And anybody, you can go to the chester.crimewatchpa.com. You can visit the Crime Watch yourself and look at their news feed. They have a lot on there. A lot of most wanted. Marianne, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And we appreciate, your thoughts on this. But I can't give you the information because as I look at the actual report, because I always go to the raw actual document, it's not listed. They don't tell us. There are a lot of different suspects right here. Chester County, Pennsylvania, most wanted. And then you have the pictures of a whole lot of individuals, but we have no way of knowing, are these individuals the most wanted? Josie Janak Kumar, Bernard Jamir Gregory, Sedaros Hasham Lemai, Bonilla Damian Bernabli, the list goes on. Tomas Theo Ramirez, Castro Fernandez, Juan Cesar. I'm just giving you the names. And Mungia Jimenez Maximo. I mean, I'm just reading off of this, and this is the Chester County, Pennsylvania. This is the Lopez Sanchez Mario, aggravated assault, 2 additional charges, July 19th. These are the most wanted individuals, Chester County, Pennsylvania. And so here's the thing, I know many of you on the YouTube feed all morning, you were asking the question, even accusing my former colleague at Fox 29, the great Steve Keeley, and it's not Steve's fault that he put the information that was in the police report, but if they won't tell us the citizenship status, even if reporters ask, and I know Deanna Durante, she always asks, Steve Keeley asks, it's a relevant, it's a pertinent question, but if they don't tell us, it's not, in that case, I'm not going to blame somebody like Keeley. I can vouch for him. He is never political, as he is nuts and bolts. He wants to give you every detail possible, and he's a very thorough reporter. But in this case, I'm just looking at the crime blotter and the identified Chester County, PA, ChesterCrimeWatchPA.com, most wanted. I just read you the bulk of the first names that came up. And so I think it's relevant to say, boy, what a coincidence. Are these individuals U.S. citizens? Okay, then let's find out what's going on here. But what I would note about most of these suspects that I just named to you, these are not teenagers. These are not 20 or 22-year-olds. Many of these individuals look like they're in their 30s, 40s. And so what is going on here? And is there a rap sheet? That's another relevant question. So we'll get to all of it, but I just wanted to bring you that latest update from beautiful Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. All right, let's get to it. We'll talk about Trump. This is the most bizarre story in a way, but on the other hand, come on, let's just be real here. President Donald J. Trump, man, mainstream media, he is playing you. Oh my goodness. I hope he's doing a little Trump dance. He played you. Yes, he did. Because this morning, if you're waking up and you're watching CNN with a little pouty face, or maybe MSNBC and Mika Brzezinski, she's like, these people are very pouty this morning as they say, oh, crime is 30-year lows, and why is Trump? Why is he it's the Trump takeover? But in all reality, most of America would look at this and go, huh, so President Trump, who, secured the border in record time, and I think isn't securing a border a good thing? Yep. And now what's he doing? He's making America and America's greatest cities, but also America's crime-ridden cities. Unless you have zero crime, I don't think it's ever good enough. So it's just a bad look. So in other words, the media and the Democrats, they're automatically put on the defense. That's what Trump did by holding a news conference and saying, D.C. is a shining light. This is a beautiful city. When D.C. is dirty, America is dirty. And then he went on to talk about America's cities and that high crime or any crime is not acceptable. Dan Borowski, this is Dan's Cut One.
Do you want to go with that? Because I got a couple great ones.
You do it.
So first off, what you're saying, even Joe Scarborough, the staunchest of staunch libs from Morning Joe, even though he used to be a Republican, seems to have surrendered that this might be a good idea for D.C. Dawn, take a listen.
We'll just go back to the fact that the people that are cheering this on privately are not like right-wing Republicans, are not MAGA people. A lot of our friends are in the media, and also Democrats that worked on Joe Biden's campaign, that worked on other campaigns, that are saying, yeah, I'd like to feel safe walking around this city. If the federal government can be a positive partner in keeping the streets safe, while, again, forming a partnership with the D.C. police and not taking over.
Look happy there, Dawn.
Then at least the people I've spoken with that live in D.C. day in, day out see this as a positive step.
Did you hear that? This is Mika.
That wasn't us.
Man, that was not us.
No,
that was
not.
Mika with her Mr. Brzezinski.
One more time on that sigh, Dawn.
D.C. police and not taking over.
Joe.
Then at least the people I've spoken with that live in D.C. day in, day out see this as a positive step.
Wow.
Yeah.
Joe. Yeah, you're going to be going to Popeyes for dinner.
Popeyes? That's a good thing.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Why are you knocking Popeyes?
Well, you'll be going out. You won't be in the house.
Yeah.
You're out the house.
Okay.
And,
sleeping on the couch?
Sleeping on the couch. She's not shaving her legs. And look at her outfit. It's like buttoned up. I said earlier, it's like Mother Superior outfit. You know what I mean? Where does she look at that outfit?
Then at least the people I've spoken with that live in D.C. day in, day out see this as a positive step.
It was a really interesting Morning Joe this morning, I got to tell you, because they had Joe, who was kind of playing the role of the conservative when talking about this, but then they had radical people like Simone Sanders, Dawn, come on and make their points. Take a listen.
I can go chapter and verse if you'd like me to.
Yeah, well, Joe, I've lived in D.C. for the last 10 years. My husband runs a restaurant association, I think, as most people know, and he used to be the nightmare. So I think that some of...
Can I just pause it to underline how cool a position the name Nightmare is?
Yes.
Would you ever want to be the Nightmare, Dawn?
The Nightmare.
The Nightmare? Put your name out there for Sherelle.
I love her pink. I want to know, so, in all seriousness, this is an issue for women. That support bra she's wearing, that is a good, that's...
What's the name of that one?
That is, I want the brand.
I want to know, too.
Yeah, look at that.
I could use it.
Well, Joe, I've lived in D.C. for the last 10 years. My husband runs a restaurant association, I think, as most people know, and he used to be the nightmare. So I think that and I do think that you had David Drucker on earlier, and I think he hit the nail on the head, that it is perceived violence amplified by some actual real acts of violence.
Which I'll stop it there and get your comments,
violence,
Dawn.
Dan.
Yeah. Perceived. Is it not perceived, Dawn?
I will say for Simone, I'll give her credit. She's wearing the pretty perky pink, and she looks very. It's summer. It's August. It's a heat wave.
She looks very pretty. She does.
She's very, very lovely, and you can't, very feminine. And I love the way she's dressed. Very, professionally, but also I love the look. I don't know.
Now you get the niceties out of the way.
What is Mika? What is just the look of Mika? She's gone like all dark. Remember Dark MAGA? That was fun, but Dark Mika is not fun. She's wearing
Dark
this
Mika.
velvet.
I like that.
She's wearing like this velvet Baroque Mother Superior, seriously long sleeved, heavy looking
I'm
outfit.
trying
And
to put it up there. I just still.
she's
Let's see.
breathing like Darth Vader.
Yeah, there you go. There's
What?
the still.
Look at.
Yeah,
what is going on?
YouTube.com/@12th and WPHT to watch this
goodness.
fantastic commentary. Of
I'm sorry to
Morning
go
Joe
all-
from Dawn. No, it's great.
But Miss Simone, lovely lady with a husband who's an entrepreneur. That's great. The perceived thing that she's saying is ridiculous. Obviously,
You want more? I got a little bit more from
I don't know
Simone.
if you feel like it.
It's fine. I like your commentary on it. It's a lot of fun.
The way I've heard D.C. being described this morning is like it's a city under siege, like it's a dangerous place, clutching your pearls. You got to keep your bag under your dress when you leave the house, and that's
a good
just
tip.
not true. What we are talking about, though, is these instances of juvenile crime. That is what Jeanine Pirro came to the White House press briefing yesterday and zeroed in on. I was surprised I didn't hear Brian Schwab talk more about it. He mentioned the juvenile courts and the judges. But my concern is that the president is using instances of juvenile crime in the city of Washington, D.C. as a pretext for what I would describe as his authoritarian overreach. And because there is enough there for folks to say, oh, well, maybe it's not all that bad what Donald Trump is doing, just like there are people that said the same about immigration until the Marines were rolling down the streets of their city and ICE was snatching up their neighbors in neighborhoods that people have been there for years. There's just enough there for people to say, oh, well, maybe this isn't that bad, ignoring the fact that more police officers on the street are not going to fix the issue of juvenile crime. What about the policies? What about the laws? What about the judges? What
wants to
about
fix
the
that too.
the policies of the Juvenile Assessment Center in Washington, D.C.? Where are the wraparound services? Jeanine Pirro talked about children getting let out, kids getting let out for arts and crafts. Okay, well, what are the real policies, the wraparound services to address what is happening with the juvenile justice system in Washington, D.C.?
Well, perky, pretty in pink Miss Simone at first talked about perceived, but then she goes on to keep on quoting and making the point. Do you notice that?
You're 100% right.
So good for Judge Jeanine Pirro, who made some great points, and that's just it. As you listened, and we tried to play. I mean, Dan was great. Just play, it was a live, fluid situation, so we tried to play as much of it as possible yesterday. But overall, here you have Simone sort of doing a pivot. So she gave her point off the top, like they do, like the Dems do, the progressives, to say, oh, Trump said what? If Trump says right, they're going to say left. If Trump says left, they're going to say right. But then when she gets into it, she basically is supporting and saying, oh, great idea, Judge Jeanine. Great idea, Trump. Oh, that's a good idea. So what I hear her saying is there are problems, and this perhaps can help address that. I'm not really sure, but I don't hear her disagreeing with the substance and the details of the plan. So that was a good thing, right? So I don't think that was a negative for Trump, what she just said. Was that a negative to you, Dan? I don't perceive that it was.
I'm with you 100%
So
here.
I'm kind of confused there. But she looks fabulous in her
little
pink.
countering points there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that going on. So I think that's just it. That nobody in their right mind, and we played earlier, Greg on his cut sheet was playing and Nick was playing, different media members, women in the media in particular, who come into work, like we do in the very early morning, dark hours, and you're not stopping at lights. You're kind of slowing down because why? You got guys on scooters wearing masks. It's 90 degrees out and it's dark. You're not going to really stop. And people being mugged and attacked and whatnot. So this is a good look for Trump, and I just think he had to have a smile. By the end of the evening last night and this morning, I suspect our great president has a little bit of a mischievous, that little smile.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that same smile that he had when he was up on the roof the first time and he goes, Peter, he just gets that little mischievous smile. And I suspect that's the look on the president's face.
As far as to say it's a troll face?
Yeah. Like he's like, you got played.
Do you want Chris Houlahan, former CNN analyst? He's actually
Yes.
saying that this is almost a trap that Trump set. Take a listen.
Now that Donald Trump
trap.
has officially taken over, at least for the near term, DC's police department and deployed 800 National Guard troops to the city, Democrats have a decision to make. And I think there's a trap in here, politically speaking, for Democrats that they have to be really careful to avoid. So the natural inclination, I think, from Democrats is to resist this strongly, to say, rightly, that the data, the broad data that we have shows crime, violent crime, assaults, all sorts of crime in Washington is actually down, that there's not a crime spree, it's down. From 2024,
from record
even, but certainly
highs.
from 2023 and earlier. Okay.
So that's
and
good.
to resist Trump more broadly, that this is a takeover of a local municipality, that this is how authoritarians work, that, you know, he's strong-arming people. I get all of those arguments. And yet, I really do think that Democrats have to be mindful not to go too far on this.
Why? Because you look like an idiot and an ignoramus
That's proven myself.
if you're against any leader who wants to make America safe again. And you look insensitive or obtuse or maybe politically motivated if you argue against anybody who's putting forth policies to say you matter, your safety matters, whether you're in D.C., whether you're in Chicago, whether you're in New York, L.A., anywhere in America, right? I care about you. That's what it is. I care about you. You deserve to be safe, and I'm going to make you safe again. And we're going to make our great cities, the city where you live, where you raise your children, we're going to make your city the safest it's ever been. How can that possibly be a bad thing? That is, he's right. Chris labeled it the Trump trap, and they're walking right into the Trump trap as he has got to have a smile. It's a Trump win for sure. So we'll get into all of it. We're going to have a lot of fun. We've got great interviews that I've told you about, but we got to talk about the Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Premium Automobiles, which is the sponsored studio, which I'm reporting from here at Odyssey World Headquarters right here in Philadelphia. So, hey, whether you're hitting the beach, which you're lucky if you are, because it's, you know, a heat wave. What is this? Our 7th heat wave so far, 90 plus degrees outside. So I hope you're at the beach, but maybe you're cruising through the city with the AC and the radio cranked this summer. Why not do it in style? The Honda Summer, a performance event. It's going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And right now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or maybe a CRV. I have the HRV, got a great lease deal on that. You got to check out these unbeatable lease deals, low finance rates. Hurry. These summer savings, they're not going to last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do this today. You can always check them out online. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rich Isaioli. If you're bummed that the summer's flying by, here's the best way to extend summer. Book a fall stay at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. The weather is tremendous, the beach is beautiful, and there are fewer crowds. The Grand Hotel has several special packages to make your getaway even grander. You can book a Grand Escape weekend this fall and earn resort credits. Make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Just check out their website for details. Remember, always book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your fall getaway today, grandhotelcapemay.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry!
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Don Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
So a couple of pieces dropping on Broad and Liberty. Wanted to check in with our friend Beth Ann Rosica, who has turned into very active, great mom locally here and has turned into a wonderful investigative journalist, filing a lot of freedom of information requests and helping to inform us on stories that oftentimes you don't hear or read anywhere else. Broadandliberty.com, great job there. But in this, and we'll talk about a couple of Beth Ann Rosica's latest pieces. And Beth Ann is, by the way, Dr. Beth Ann Rosica, PhD. But one of them, how Shapiro's dangerous legal battle could end. his political career. What are we talking about here? Welcome in, Beth Ann Rossica. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, Dawn.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Doing great. So we have a lot to talk about. I wanted to break this down with Governor Governor Josh Shapiro.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, gosh, Josh. Governor Josh Shapiro. Well, Beth Ann might be saying gosh. Talking
I might be saying more than gosh.
So take me through this with what you're writing about, if you would, and why you believe that this is a dangerous legal battle that could actually end his political career.
Well, the first point that you made, Dawn, is really remarkable to me, is that very few news outlets in Pennsylvania or in the country are reporting on this. I think Delaware Valley Journal was the first to break the story that Josh Shapiro, in his capacity as governor of Pennsylvania, has signed on to a lawsuit with 15 other primarily Democratic or Democratic-leaning states in suing the Trump administration to reinstate sex change procedures for children. And I find it remarkable that no other news sources, the Philadelphia Inquirer is silent on this. I mean, this should be, in my opinion, a really, really big deal. A recent poll shows that only 26% of people support sex change procedures for children. Only 26% of people in the entire country. And yet Josh Shapiro, in his capacity as governor, has signed on to this lawsuit. And the other point that I think is very significant is he is the only governor that signed on. All the other states that have joined this lawsuit, their attorneys general have signed on, not the governor. Now, I'm sure that Pennsylvania's attorney general wouldn't sign on, so that's probably why Shapiro did it. But I really find it fascinating that he signed on to this lawsuit knowing that this is such a hot button issue and that the majority of Americans do not support his position.
Yeah, and I should point out in the U.S. district, in the filing, just locally here, Josh Shapiro, and if you look at it, they say, because of what you're saying with the actual, attorneys general, they say New Jersey, locally, Delaware, by the way, New York State, Connecticut, Illinois, all the, I guess, usual suspects you may say, but just pointing out that in our area, New Jersey and Delaware, but I think he's the only one actually named because,
yes.
Right? And that's
yes.
what strikes, when you look at it, you go, wow, one name, everybody else just has the states and then
right.
the other name. So if you just look at it, just eyeball it, it's a lot of states, Josh Shapiro v. Donald J. Trump. He's Pam Bondi's name is on there too later, but is that part of what struck you as far as Shapiro v. Trump?
Well, I do think that that's part of the issue, but I really don't understand his thinking on this because it like I said, it's really not a popular issue right now. And I really think that this is going to significantly hurt him and his political ambitions. I mean, regular everyday people do not support this extreme agenda of mutilating healthy children. And so I don't understand what his thinking is. I don't know who's advising him on this. And what I also find interesting, and I note this in the article, is that, Josh Shapiro is all about performance art. He has 21 staffers in his communications office constantly doing his social media. He posts on X 4 or 5 times a day. He has news blasts on the governor's website just about every day, sometimes multiple times a day. And nowhere has he posted or advertised or celebrated joining this lawsuit. So it's a conundrum to me. I really am unclear as to why he's doing it because I think it's a losing issue for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's quite amazing. But to your point, and that's why think about the Philadelphia Inquirer and others not even reporting on this because I think they know exactly what you're saying, Beth Ann Rossica. Now, the intro to it says it accuses Trump and his administration of, quote, relentlessly, cruelly, unlawfully targeting transgender individuals. And so I get it that, you know, it's the old rhetoric, if you will, of saying, oh, Trump, the bully, hates this group of people. But the problem that you beautifully eloquently point out here, Beth Ann Rossica, in your Broad and Liberty piece, is that then it gets into the details, and what they're fighting for is gender affirming care for transgender adolescents, in other words, underage minors. And so that invasive surgery, that's the issue that I think, I don't know anybody that thinks that's a good thing for an underage kid who can't even legally get a tattoo without their parents' consent.
Right,
To go
can't
get,
drink alcohol.
Can't drink alcohol. I mean, we can go through the whole list of what you can and cannot do. And so to say that to be beautiful or accepted as you are, you must go to an OR, to an operating room, and be put under with a powerful anesthesia, and have an anesthesiologist there monitoring you, where for hours they are cutting into you and cutting off your private and most intimate parts on your body. And that then is how you can be accepted and accept who you are. What a horrifying message.
Well, and it's not even just the surgeries. It's all of the hormones. It's the puberty blockers. These drugs have significant consequences for children. And people don't understand. I mean, we've talked about this before. Parents don't fully understand the risks. They don't understand what's happening. And, the other part that I find appalling, because when the Delaware Valley Journal reported on this, they had a comment from Shapiro, and he framed this. He said, I'll quote, "The freedom to make healthcare decisions should be between parents, their children, and their doctor. And I will not stand by while the federal government tries to infringe on the rights and freedoms of Pennsylvania families." Now, I find this statement so insane from him. I mean, this is not a guy that, has supported relationships between parents and children ever. I mean, he's all about, keeping, transitions from parents in schools. I mean, it's just so ludicrous to me that this is how he's going to frame this, that it's a parental rights issue. And that's exactly what he's done with this comment. So he's trying to walk some kind of crazy tightrope where he is trying to appease the hardcore extremists in the Democratic Party who support this. But I predict, and I hope, that this really blows up in his face. But again, too many people don't know what's happening, because even though he signed on with his name, he is definitely not advertising that this is what's happening. And people need to understand that not only is his name on there, but he's using our taxpayer dollars to fight this lawsuit. So our governmental resources are being used to fight this lawsuit and to defend this lawsuit. And, we have to.
Yeah, and you point out in your Broad and Liberty piece, Beth Ann Rossica, talking about the fact that Shapiro, recently had supported Senate Bill 9 protecting girls and women in sports. And so, that you're pointing out that he seems conflicted, or he's waffling, because I don't think, I'll be honest with you, I do not think that the Josh Shapiro who I first met like 20 years ago, in Abington, I don't think Josh Shapiro in his heart supports this stuff. I just don't. And so there's something to be said for any candidate, anybody running for office, keeping their job or going to further office, that you have to be your true, authentic self. And I just have to wonder who's giving him this advice to go against what I believe is against his moral compass at heart.
Well, I think you're right. I think the big question is who is advising him. And I don't know him. I don't have a history with him. I can only go on his track record. Everything that I've seen, since he's been in state government in Pennsylvania, he's very extremist. He has moved in that direction. I mean, he posted trans women or women, pass it on. I have that lawsuit with a couple of other entities to change the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission language, where they basically say that gender identity is a protected class. And he's standing on that. He's doubling down. They're defending that lawsuit. They're spending taxpayer dollars to say, we believe that gender identity is a protected class under PHRC. And so you have to allow boys and girls to use whatever bathroom that they identify with. So I think, Don, he is an extremist. And I can only say that based on, the last 5 or 10 years of his behaviors. But, maybe something changed. But I don't know. I would love to know who's advising him right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and you had a cute line where you said maybe somebody from Mom Donnie's campaign. I don't know. But, to your point, maybe some of the progressive stuff like that can play in a place like the mayoral race for New York. It obviously does not play in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And so that was astute of you to put that in there. Wanted to get into, the other piece that you had written, just switch gears for a moment and think about, you had talked about Chrissy Houlahan in one of you've written so many pieces. Everybody should check out your great work at Broad and Liberty. But as far as that one goes, can you just take us through and highlight for us your other piece that involved Houlahan's, I think you called it a funding freeze alarm, and that the numbers in Chesco by the Chesco Democrat didn't really add up?
Right. So I live in Chrissy Houlahan's district, so I get her newsletter. And I noticed in her newsletter that, it was very alarmist, which it typically is. That's just generally the way her staff writes these things. This one particularly said, Trump is withholding over $7 million already promised to Pennsylvania schools, and all of those kinds of headlines. But it was interesting to me because she made a comment in the article that in her newsletter, that if these school districts don't get these federal funds, then the school district is going to have to cut all of these programs because they don't have a budget surplus to fall back on. And I was so taken aback by that information because I've written about this multiple times, that school districts all over Pennsylvania have huge amounts of money in reserve. She covers both Berks and Chester County, and between her two counties, the school districts have over $685 million sitting in their reserves. So again, I don't know whether this was just intended to be an alarmist, email blast because she was upset about the possibility of these funds being frozen, or she just didn't know the real information. I found it ironic because she quoted a Philadelphia Inquirer article that Phoenixville School District in Chester County was going to lose $193,000 in funding. And Phoenixville has over $42 million sitting in their surplus reserve account. They could have easily absorbed $193,000 if that's, in fact, what they needed to do. And what struck me as even more funny or interesting is that the Phoenixville School Board president, back earlier this year, when Trump signed the executive order dismantling DEI programs for any agency that receives federal funds, the school board member, this president stood up and said, if Trump, takes away our funding, we'll just dip into our rainy day fund or our reserves to cover the shortfall. So the school board president acknowledged that they have this money sitting there that they can use for whatever they want. And yet, Houlahan didn't, or her staff didn't take the time to even look into any of those things. I just found it very hypocritical. And the fact that she sent out wrong information. And I said at the end of the article, I get it. If she's upset, about these federal funds potentially being frozen or taken away. I mean, listen, I don't love the way Trump does a lot of different things, but in this instance, he froze the funds. He didn't say, I'm never giving you the funds. I'm going to pause them until we have a chance to review them and see what they're being used for, make sure they're not funding things that we don't want them funding. And then they ultimately release them. So I get it. She might be upset about that. And she could have written that, but she went to such an extreme to alarm people and really to spread misinformation. She didn't give the right information. And I don't find that acceptable from a publicly elected official.
Yeah, I mean, she's a United States representative, talking about Democrat Chrissy Houlahan, United States representative. So either she's ignorant to the facts or she's lying about the facts to fearmonger. Either option is not a good one.
No, exactly. And like I said, I'm sure her staff wrote it and they probably didn't do their homework, but she has some obligation to set the record straight. And in my experience, that's not what she'll do.
Beth Ann Rossica, check all of her great pieces out, broadandliberty.com. Make sure you catch up. Thank you for talking about and investigating what nobody else seems to be talking about. So thank you. Great job once again, Beth Ann Rossica.
Thanks, Dawn. Have a great day.
You too. You take care. If you have a response, 855-839-1210. We got to keep rolling because we have so much going on. We have so many guests lined up for you. A lot of developing stories. We'll get right to it. At Dawn Stensland, hit me up on X, YouTube feed. We're good to go. Be right back.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. Openphone.com/FREE.
It's the dog days of summer and you're sweating in a clunker with no AC? Fetch yourself a new ride at Colonial Hyundai in Downingtown. John Ashdale, the car czar, is throwing you a bone. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. The deals are unleashed at Colonial. Get behind the wheel of a brand new Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Palisade and save big. For a limited time only at Colonial, take advantage of 0% financing on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, Colonial Hyundai will give you the most for your trade, even if it's in worse condition than a junkyard dog. Colonial will give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. And your new ride will be covered nose to tail. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Colonial Hyundai will also donate $100 for every vehicle sold this month to the Brandywine SPCA. So don't sit or stay. Run to Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downingtown. Or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In stock vehicles only, tax and tags additional. See dealer for full details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, we all say it. Should we fly? Should we drive? This summer trip, the summer is flying by. Should we fly? Should we drive? It's such a beautiful drive, but it takes 7 hours. It takes 9 hours. Should you fly? Should you drive? Are the airports safer? Man, you don't hear anything anymore, do you, about all the problems in Newark, by the way? Boom. What? I guess Sean Duffy.
Disappeared.
No, yeah, vanished. Wow, magic.
Huh.
So here's the thing. When we talk about power couples, can I just say this? I love her. I'm a fangirl, Rachel Campos Duffy, mother of 9.
What?
Yeah. Did you know this?
Really?
She's tiny, too. I love her.
Wow.
Love her. She's just so real, such a patriot. Fangirl, I admit it. But she and her husband, Sean Duffy, Wisconsin. My brother knew my mom's originally from Wisconsin. There's a Wisconsin connection. That's why she has that little twang.
Oh.
If you notice. You
I
can
didn't
hear
realize
that little Midwestern, that Wisconsin. You get it a little
Well, we
bit.
got to hear her say Chicago.
Yeah, well, and she just, it's like it's the
Chicago.
But in any event, Sean Duffy, her hubby, and see, they never give any credit, right? Because they fixed the Newark thing, remember, with Philadelphia, the hub, the whole story, boom, just went away. But what's he doing now? What are they doing? This is America's power couple, even though the other media doesn't say it. We're the good media. We're like, right?
Yeah, and I always love when we get kind of a look into what the news is talking about behind the scenes. We've done tours of the HHS and their filing system, remember, that Marty McCary.
Love it.
So it seems like it's an ongoing theme that our secretaries kind of take us inside and give us a behind-the-scenes look as to how things operate on a federal level. And Duffy, now being a transportation sec, goes into the Duluth, Iowa Tower and shows what it's like to be in air traffic control in 2025 with the technology that they're using. Take a watch.
We're here up in the Duluth Tower. I'm here with Pete Stauber, the congressman locally, one of the oldest towers in the country. This is a Korea War era vestige, this building.
Well, I appreciate you coming, Mr. Secretary. It was 2 months ago that I asked you to come here, and you promised. I wanted you to see the third oldest air traffic control tower in our nation.
We talked with President Trump. We want a state-of-the-art, gold-plated, best-in-the-world air traffic control system. Kudos to the controllers.
I'm just going to pause right there. Gold-plated air traffic.
Gold-plated. Yeah, baby. Real gold or just like brass? Is it actual? Can't be 24 karat.
Can't imagine, right?
Come on.
There you go. More from that.
We want a state-of-the-art, gold-plated, best-in-the-world air traffic control system. Kudos to the controllers. By the way, you all have done a great job. But we're asking them to use, again, 1950s, 1960s, 1970s technology.
Look at that.
To keep our airplanes safely flying through the airspace. And again, they do a
like
bang-up
old school
job.
phones.
They do wonderful work. But now it's our job to do our part. Right now we're starting with radar, with new telecom. We're developing the software, the common automation platform that's going to help the controllers make it a lot easier for them to control the airspace.
Nice. And so, wife Rachel, what is she doing with the better half of America's power couple?
Yeah, so Rachel Campos Duffy, while Sean's doing great work with our transportation systems, she posts up on social media kind of underlining why this needs to happen in D.C., what's going on with Trump's announcement yesterday federalizing police forces, because Sean Duffy's residents in Washington, D.C., they caught this on the Ring camera. Take a watch as a porch pirate walks away with one of their packages. Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, so she says thank
honey.
you. Yeah. She tweeted out there, caught a porch thief on our security camera yesterday at my hubby's Washington, D.C. residence. They do it because they can. Finally, someone's willing to crack down on crime in our nation's capital. Thank you, President Trump, A.G. Bondi, and Queen Janine.
Nice. Queen Janine. I love it.
I like that.
So do we have to go? Because we have great interviews set up for you. So right around the corner, man, we've got the lineup. We are locked and loaded. Great information for you. The great Ben Mattis. We also have, who is coming up at 11?
Yeah, Kim Ward.
Kim Ward.
Kim
oh, my
Ward,
gosh.
Yeah,
Kim,
a lot going on. Explosions in Pennsylvania.
Whoa.
Yeah, the budget.
So we got a lot going on. Kim Ward is teed up for 11, and then we have the great Ben Mattis at the bottom of the hour. Stay right there. We got a lot going on.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current 33 to 323232. That's CURRENT 33 to 323232. Text Current 33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422. Whether you're saving to buy a car this month or your first home in the next few years, grow your savings with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Enjoy high earnings averages and flexible terms, like 4.00% annual percentage yield to APY with a 9 or 12-month certificate or IRA. Earn more with your money and achieve savings goals. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Additional insurance provided by Excess Share Insurance. Not a member? Join today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Progressive Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So big news today. First of all, since 6 o'clock this morning, you know I've been leading with the story of this tragedy, 2 killed, many others injured with this explosion, a series of explosions, fires happening in Pennsylvania in the steel plant there, impacting so many. And then all of the heroics with first responders moving in, and they were able to save at least one person, pulling one victim from the rubble. Incredible stories of these heroic first responders. And as well, obviously, in Pennsylvania, thinking about the budget, thinking about SEPTA, all of those moving parts as we think about the vote that's expected to happen today. So we wanted to bring in one of the most powerful women in Pennsylvania, somebody who has made history as an elected official here, our own state senator, Kim Ward, who's pro tempore, obviously. But thank you for joining me this morning.
I'm happy to be with you this morning.
Absolutely. So can you, first of all, do you have an update as far as just our condolences? I know a lot of prayers for, what happened inside the plants there, and as well the first responders who were so heroic and making some rescues and working so hard to now figure out what went wrong here.
Well, I did talk to I talked to some of the union leaders down there, and also talked to the CEO this morning and yesterday, and they're going to find out what happened. But it's just such a devastating event for the families of those who are hurt and have died, and it's such a devastating event for the steelworker community. It affects all of us in the region because, steel was part of who many of us, growing up, that was important. And it's just a painful thing for the steelworker family and community. And it's just, I don't know, it's awful.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I am so sorry.
Terrible.
100 years, right? And
Terrible.
So it was awful to see. I thank God that they were able to rescue as many people as they did. And so I know a lot of prayers. We just wanted to extend that, just so you know. Everybody is just devastated to see that. Looking toward switching gears, thinking about what's going on with regard to today with the budget. We've obviously had the conversation before, looking to SEPTA. And I know many people just feel it's unfair across the state that people who don't get the benefits of SEPTA have to pay for, the bigger cities like Philadelphia, like Pittsburgh. And then on top of it, is it just an antiquated system that needs some government efficiency and needs to do better to save the tax dollars? Like every one of us, we save our pennies to spend our dollars. And I think there's a general feeling that this is a huge budget item, and that across Pennsylvania, taxpayers have to pay for, others when they don't get the real benefit. Is that fair?
So I'm going to start with saying we realize that mass transit's important, right? We know it's important, but to your point, it needs to be more efficiently run. And this crisis, I'm a little unhappy because all we're talking about is SEPTA. Mm-hmm. That's all we're talking about, because they're threatening to not take kids to school on the 24th of August. When this is, the governor could just say, look, there's a trust fund. We have a public transit trust fund. There's $2.3 something billion in this trust fund. We could today use that money in the short term and avert what they're threatening to do, which I find really terrible, that they are using the most vulnerable people and our school kids to try to force the legislature and the people of Pennsylvania to give in to exactly what they want. I find that to be wrong. And this trust fund is sitting here. It's here for operational and capital projects. So a month ago, we asked for the list of capital projects, and it's a month later tomorrow, and we still don't have a list of capital projects. This can be averted, and it can be averted today. It can be averted swiftly. I think the governor can just say spend it. Now, I'm not 100% sure on that, but we can, let's do this. Let's use the money. But the Democrats and the governor have said, no, the other day the governor didn't answer the question in Philadelphia when asked if he would use the trust fund. But they both said, we can't have a short-term fix. The House Dems are saying, no, we can't use this. We're talking about it across the building, but we can't use this. I need to know why we can't use this. In the governor's press conference the other day, he said he took money from roads and bridges. So he took money, dedicated money that was for projects that will now move back off of roads and bridges, and he said he put it in mass transit. The truth is he put it all in SEPTA. No other transit firms, organizations in the state got any of that money. It's the same as what we're saying. There's a fund here. Let's not use it.
Yeah. And so with this, as far as the Shapiro, oh, sorry, you know what, you broke up, and I thought sorry about that. You broke up a little bit. Sorry for that. Governor Josh Shapiro's administration had warned, talking all about like what you're saying, public transit, but then the school districts, and talking about the children. And that's, to me, what I see here is no matter what anybody says, we always go, this is a go-to, because of course in cities like Philadelphia, the school children, middle school, junior high school level, and I know we've talked about this, but it's important that people understand this, because a lot of people in rural and suburban districts do not understand this, that here in Philadelphia, they farm out the school buses or the older kids, middle school, like I say, middle school, junior high school, and high school level take SEPTA. So in other words, that basically guarantees kids will take SEPTA. I'll be honest, I've spoken out about this. I think it's wrong. I think if suburban kids get door-to-door service, which essentially it is, if you've ever been stuck behind a school bus, how come not for Philadelphia or Pittsburgh kids? And it just seems to me, Kim, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but it just feels like there's more of an allegiance to the unions and supporting a bloated SEPTA agency, which they can't sustain themselves, and they create a budget deficit, but it's all about politics and the unions, and not really about balancing a budget, government efficiency, and truly serving our school children here.
And for them to be using and threatening to not run the lines to get these kids to school is actually in a form of abuse of these children. They're using them as pawns.
Yeah,
it's abuse, and it's not right. And they can avert it today if they want to use their trust fund. It's sitting there. Just use it. It's over $3 or $3.5 billion. And some of the rest of the public transit in the state. I mean, Pittsburgh, of course, has an active public transit, but the cities do. But most of us, I can't go out, get on a bus and go to the store. I mean, I can if I want to wait 5 hours. It's not the same. We have roads and bridges. They're just as important.
Yeah.
That's how we get around. That's how our school kids go to school. They ride a school bus over those roads and bridges. So, I find this whole thing just, again, I'm going to go back to, it irritates me that we have a whole budget to do. We should be doing this as a whole budget. But SEPTA has, and the governor and the House Dems have just put this in a silo, and this is what we're talking about. We have hospitals to worry about, schools to worry about, nursing homes to worry about. There's a lot of other issues that need to be addressed, and all the energy and focus is on SEPTA. That's not right. And I think what SEPTA does is important, right? We just talked about it. It's how you get around. You couldn't put all those cars on the road. But come on, man. Sound like Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's so true. And that brings me to, and we'll play this outside this interview, but Dan Borowski, our executive producer, caught a new little something coming from the office of Stacey Garrity. And we know that, I've interviewed her. She says, would you be Governor Garrity? That has a nice ring to it. Somebody like the treasurer who's very good with money and talking about budgets and that sort of thing. Does this argument, as this goes on and drags on, is this a bad look for our Democrat governor when perhaps he'll have the strongest challenger he has faced if indeed Stacey Garrity, our current treasurer, decides to make a run for this job?
I think he has a problem if she runs for this job, period, because, she's tough, she's smart, she's a decorated veteran, she's tough, and she will be a great candidate. And, all these other times, the governor kind of danced through the raindrops, right? Nobody would help anybody that was running against him. They just put this shroud around him. It was almost like a Bob Casey, oh, you can't beat him. Well, I think that Stacey Garrity brings quite the challenge. And this is difficult. Why hasn't the governor announced for governor yet? Mm-hmm. If he announces, this is hard. And I think, I've been talking about a temporary budget, right? And they're so against it because they need to get this done. Because once he announces, if this isn't done, that will, it's a national story anyway once he announces. And he wants to play the bipartisan role. But, this budget negotiation, they've been saying, let's keep the temperature down. The governor has, let's keep the temperature down. Let's keep the temperature down. But then they go out and blast us. For the governor of Pennsylvania, for the governor from, this large state, to go out and attack and go after a freshman senator from Philadelphia is just a low vibe behavior. Yeah. That is not behavior you expect to see out of a governor, and it's not behavior you would have ever seen happen out of Ed Rendell. Yeah. He would have had this done. This deal would have been over. He would have led, and he would have taken care of it. And I, some days I sorely miss Ed Rendell, and I sorely miss Tom Wolf, because the thing about Governor Wolf was, we didn't agree on a lot, but the guy was good for his word, and we were able to work with him and get stuff done.
So on this one, key sticking points, is this, I know that you said they've siloed SEPTA and there's an important deadline coming up. What do you hope, and I know you're pushing, obviously, you're pushing, State Senator Ward, you're pushing to get this done, but what do you see as the key sticking point that's going on as we wind down, to today, which is one of the important deadlines and a vote scheduled?
So what the Democrats want to do is make sure, I think, that they're going to have funding into the future, right? We all want to do that. Well, we have an opportunity to do that by the gaming regulations. We have an opportunity for new money. All of those games are out there now. There's probably 120,000 of them. We can change the regulations, cut down that number, make sure everybody's legal, and we can get dollars from them. We can just put them under gaming. I think that is a great source and opportunity for us to do that. What they want to do is take, I think, 1.75% more of our sales tax. And what does that do? That leaves a $300 million hole in the general budget. So I keep asking, and they know this is a fact. They're trying to do the same thing they're trying to do, but in a different way, right? They're trying to take dollars out of the coffers. And what tax are they planning on raising? What tax do the Democrats, what tax does the governor plan on raising on the people of Pennsylvania if they create a $300 million hole in the general budget? What tax are they going to raise? We know they're not going to cut anything because they never will cut anything. So what are they thinking about? We're going forward. You hear them say, oh, our sales tax revenue was up this year. Okay, yay, it was up this year. What about next year? But beyond that, we have a $2 billion Medicaid addition that we didn't see coming. So maybe the sales tax revenue went up, but didn't even go up enough to cover what we are going to be required to cover in this budget. So, I just think it's we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Not to be cliche, but yeah.
So I know that the vote is to come. We'll wait to hear from you. Thank you so much, State Senator Kim Ward. It's always a pleasure to have you on to hear the latest from you. Really appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So we'll wait for that one as they duke it out. So obviously it passed through the House, which is controlled by the Dems, but clearly in the Senate for today, controlled by the Rs. And so the Republicans on this one, it's a big budget battle and Shapiro at the center of it. So we'll continue to follow this one. We'll take a quick break. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through national debt relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So let's talk, shall we? If I know I seem distracted because I'm maybe going on special assignment soon, so I'll tell you about it if it happens. But we have a lot of plates we're juggling today, a lot happening. So, by the way, that vote, I believe I mentioned this at some point this morning, but that vote is expected today that State Senator Kim Ward referred to in the Senate. It looks like 4 o'clock they will reconvene in the Pennsylvania legislature to deal with this. But you can hear the level of negotiation. It's all about the deal. And then as well, I just love the behind the scenes aspect of it that, you know, I was a little bit shocked when she said that, in fact, it was easier to deal with somebody like Governor Tom Wolf. It doesn't surprise me with Ed Rendell, because I think at the end of the day, and I know Ed, so as mayor, as governor, he was somebody who wanted to get these deals done and that, he was all about that and would negotiate. But I was surprised that she said it was easier to deal with even Governor Tom Wolf or Rendell as opposed to the current governor. So this is a tough battle that they're going through. So we shall see. We'll follow that one. This is where I get distracted. So when Dan earlier was talking about, America's power couple, and that is Sean Duffy, his fabulous better half, Rachel Campos Duffy, anchor at Fox News, obviously. And he was in Minnesota looking at the tower. They're talking about control towers and upgrading our system of air traffic control. So, of course, I went to journalism school, University of Minnesota, Minneapolis. And I had a really cute boyfriend who went to Minnesota Duluth, but I wasn't going to go there. Then I looked.
Why not?
Huh?
What's wrong with Duluth?
Because I'm not. No, Duluth is beautiful. I mean, not in January because it's like 75 below zero.
I was going to say, it sounds very cold.
So then I said to Dan, who's from Duluth, Minnesota, very famous individual. His real name is Zimmerman. Who am I talking about? Bob Dylan.
Oh.
Hometown.
Huh.
His hometown is, I think he still has a home there, by the way, in Minnesota. So then I look up Bob Dylan, and do you know that he is coming to the Outlaw Music Festival for the 10th anniversary tour, Camden, New Jersey, the weekend of September 12th.
Ooh.
How about that?
Now, have you added
Friday,
that to your
September
schedule? Are you
12th.
going to be going to that?
I would love to go.
Yeah.
So
Willie Nelson, Abbott Brothers. Abbott Brothers are really good, too, if you've never checked them out. Kind of similar.
Back in the day, we saw, and it used to be, oh my gosh, what was it named before? In Camden, New Jersey. Oh my gosh.
The Tweeter?
Yeah, the Tweeter Center.
Yeah.
So we saw Larry and I, we used to go there. Jimmy Buffett. We saw Jimmy Buffett there. It's a fun venue. It's a lot of fun. So if my husband Larry Bear.
It's a fun venue when it's not humid as hell.
Well, that's true, but
Yeah,
it's
like
Jimmy
today.
Buffett. Wear your sunscreen. And he's, right?
Yeah.
I remember I told Nick Hale, I'm like, wear your sunscreen. And then sure enough, our beloved Jimmy Buffett, it was skin cancer, which is totally preventable, but he didn't wear the sunscreen and loved Key West. See how I digress?
Yeah.
So
Start with
it's-
Blockbuster, actually.
What?
Blockbuster had the first naming rights to Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Wow. Then it went to Tweeter. Then Susquehanna Bank. BBT after that.
Wow.
Yeah. Now Freedom Mortgage.
Now Freedom Mortgage. So Outlaw Music Festival 10th anniversary tour. I'll bet you Phil Almquist already knew this, but Greg Stocker walked in. He's a huge Dylan fan. I was like, did you know Bob Dylan is coming this September 12th, Friday, September? That's pretty cool.
Should go with Stocker.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, his son is Dylan, even though his wife denies that they named their son.
Not after Bob Dylan?
But I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably did.
Now, I got to ask, though. Right. Bob Dylan's now of the age. He's got to be up there, right?
Born
84,
May
84.
24th, 1941.
Okay, so he's an 84-year-old guy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you go to a concert expecting to hear Bob Dylan sounding like Bob Dylan, or you just go to experience the guy before he retires?
Well, look, I'm going to be honest about it. So
Yeah.
he's an amazing songwriter, and we did take our sons to see the movie because you always want to, you and Maisie will want to do
the
this
E
with
Center
your
too.
daughter.
Sorry.
E Center.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking of.
That's what I was thinking of.
Sorry.
So, but here's the thing. Let's be real about Dylan. I mean, there's not a lot of energy. There's not a lot of jumping around in this performance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Dylan.
Yeah, that makes
He
sense.
stands there.
I got to be honest. Maisie and I, we went to go see Brian Wilson. We're both big Beach Boys fans, and we went and go saw Brian Wilson a couple years back,
Yeah.
and he was probably 79, 80 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Halfway through songs, he had to stop to start coughing because he couldn't hit even halfway the range to the high
I'm
notes
so
he used to be able to hit,
sorry.
and it was a sad experience more than anything. And I just. That's not the memory I wanted to keep of Brian Wilson, so I try to forget it. But I think someone and Brian Wilson, I mean, his range was so high versus a Bob
Amazing.
Dylan where it's kind of laid back, calm. I think Bob could still probably rock it, right?
Yeah, because first of all, he's got a great band. So it's about the music and it's about the lyrics because he's an amazing songwriter. But I will say that you're not talking about somebody, to your point, even Springsteen, you can tell that he's not as energetic.
Yep.
And he had these energetic and bigger than life, high energy performances where he went on for hours and hours. And the famous line from the comedian is like, "Yo, Bruce, excuse me," but it's like Jimmy Fallon or somebody. "Yo, Bruce, I'm double parked over here. Enough with the stories. Just get to the music." Dylan, however, somebody who think about it. It's, you know what I mean? It's not to be mean.
Give me more Dylan impression.
We have too many Dylan. No, I mean, he's a music god. I know you guys love Dylan. I love him too. But let's just be real here. He does not have the voice of an angel where you're going to say, oh, to your point about Brian Wilson. You know what I mean? So
Here's some comments coming in on YouTube. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. New and Price. Dylan always kind of sang like an 84-year-old. Chris,
well said. That's what I was trying to say.
Chris says, Dylan's an amazing lyricist, potentially one of the best. I hold Dylan and Buffett to the highest there is. But yes, although his voice is iconic, not the best.
Yeah.
And finally, Jimmy taking a little more radical approach. Bob Dylan sounded like a drunk rat on cocaine even in his prime.
See? But maybe this was a strategy. Because maybe Joe Biden years ago should have done this. Because if you make yourself sound like a drowned rat, when you're in your 30s and 40s, then there's not an expectation when you're in your 80s. You see?
Joe in Columbus has a great analysis. He says, Dylan sounds like he's trying a dad trying to sing a children's nursery rhyme.
I love it. But
I
know. See? He's got that. But he's amazing. He's obviously an icon. We loved the movie. Our sons loved it. And so 10th anniversary tour.
South Carolina, talk to Texas hard enough for a Southern guy. Imagine being Bob Dylan. It's here, it's in this Texas place.
Pretty good.
Can't understand you there, Bob.
See? But we love the Dylan music. And he guaranteed basically that he could still tour well into his 80s. So you got that going on, which is nice. At Dawn Stensland, hit me up on X. We appreciate you. We will take a quick break. Be right back.
A hot and humid air mass will remain in place through the rest of the work week. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high of around 90 degrees. A muggy night tonight, partly cloudy, low 74 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, partly sunny with an afternoon shower or storm possible, high 92.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say, we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
As we speak, the federal government is taking over the policing of a major American city, Washington, D.C. The president is doing this not in order to make the city safer, that's the job of local law enforcement, but to solve his own political problems. He needs to get his base talking and thinking about something besides his refusal to open up the Epstein files because he's mixed up in them. And he wants the rest of the country focused on something, anything, besides the work that he has done and continues to do to kick millions of Americans off of their health insurance, to close down rural hospitals, and to undermine basic functions of our government in order.
Boring Pete Buttigieg with his boring bad boots when he came here. Remember that? Boring. But Pete Buttigieg is going there with politics. And I just think, again, Democrats on the offensive, here on the defense, I should say, really put there by Trump when he holds yesterday a major news conference saying D.C. should be a shining light and is a beautiful city where you should feel safe when you visit our nation's capital. And by the way, let's make all of our major cities safe again. Who can argue with that? Well, there was Pete Buttigieg with his bad boots and his boring self. There's the lesser transportation secretary. He's the less. Let's just be real here. He's the lesser. He couldn't even run a city, let alone, don't even get me started with this guy, because we have another great guy coming up, Ben Maness.
Yeah.
Right? Ben Maness, our friend Ben. And Ben, hi. We haven't touched base for a little bit. My friend who, we have so much in common. Like, we both love Philadelphia. We both love Italy. I love it when we see each other at different events. So much in common, right? No, I'm just teasing. But Ben Maness, man, you have some powerhouse pieces. And we just couldn't wait to hear what Ben Maness might have to say after yesterday's big D.C. news conference with Trump saying he's going to make America safer again, especially our big cities. Hey, Ben.
Hey, Dawn. Yeah, so this one really hits home because, fair disclosure for all the listeners out there, I served for 10 years with the Metropolitan Police Department, the majority of which were in battles with D.C. government. So, you join law enforcement to go out there and battle criminals and make people safe. But the way that D.C. has been run since it has been a city, which is only since 1974, is in a way that you have to battle them in the ridiculously corrupt way that city is set up just to do your job. It adds to the stress. So, it was welcome to see what President Trump did yesterday. My union, the FOP Lodge 1 in D.C., came out in strong support of what President Trump did. But, you're hearing talking points like the one you just played from Pete Buttigieg, of all people, the former mayor of South Bend, Indiana. Ooh, what a metropolis. Coming out against this, and people who really aren't from the district or don't really know anything about the district talking about this. And there's a couple things. If you go to my piece in Broad and Liberty today about this issue, is you're going to see, the history of this. So D.C.'s only been a city since 74. So in 73, they passed a Home Rule Act. This is a problem because D.C. isn't a state, so it has virtually no oversight. And when you think about D.C., it's 61 total square miles. Philly's 147. But when you take out all the national monuments, military bases, and federal buildings, that obviously it's a nation's capital, you're talking about 43 square miles. So a city of 43 square miles being number 4 in the nation's high crime murder rate is extremely alarming.
Yeah.
And then when you add this to the fact, it's the most over-policed city in North America, and that includes Canada and Mexico. D.C., the Metropolitan Police has over 3,000 people. It should have 3,800 people, but they're as short as Philly right now. No one wants a job. But then you have all these virtually intertwined federal and multi-purpose agencies like the Interstate Transit Authority, like the U.S. Capitol Police, which actually has more cops for one neighborhood than the entire city of Seattle have at 1,300 people. U.S. Park Police, which are the de facto troopers in D.C. And they're all intertwined, yet D.C. crime is absolutely 100% out of control. How is this? Well, maybe it's the fact that since D.C.'s been a city, since 74, they've never until 2007, and there's a nexus here I want to address, but until 2007, they never actually asked for the ability to create their own prosecutor's office. They have no sheriff. And they have currently a corrections department that only runs a city jail. They lost all their prisons back in the late 90s. So we're in a situation where they've run this place into the ground, yet they're now demanding statehood. So when they started asking for this stuff back in 2007, that's when the statehood argument came out. Why do they want statehood? Well, they want 2 new senators in the Democratic caucus. D.C.'s history is interesting because D.C. used to encompass a swamp that was unused farmland as a compromise for a nation's capital. That was Virginia and Maryland. But in 1849, only 50 years after they organized D.C., Virginia took their land back. They were unhappy with the whole arrangement. So if you really want, if it's a civil rights issue and you put taxation without representation on your tags, why not make D.C. the second largest city in Maryland? It's already physically in Maryland if you look at the map. So, they're not arguing that. They want statehood for 43 square miles, and they want 2 new senators, and they're going to make this a civil rights argument. And in the meantime, everyone in the city, from the police officers who are unfortunately tasked to police this, on down to the citizens who are being victimized, right, left, and center, from the good neighborhoods to the bad, are stuck as political pawns in a city that's completely dysfunctional because it isn't a state, it isn't a city, it really isn't governed as it should be, as an independent place.
Yeah, well said in there. And so with this, do you, as far as when you were listening to the news conference with Trump, putting this out there, and just your thoughts as to saying, we're going to take this over for 30 days, we're going to make it safer, and really putting pressure now on Congress to do something, because after the 30 days are up, I believe that, unless he comes up with another game plan here, it's really up to Congress to keep this place safe. And, I got to tell you, we played earlier, and I'm sure you've seen it all, Ben, where, you have news anchors, network news anchors, who are from either they're reporting from New York, but they were in D.C. or they're currently in D.C. Even Mika and Joe, as they were talking about it, you're hearing a lot of liberal, so-called, corporate-run media where they're kind of saying, well, that sounds kind of nice because, I did get mugged not so long ago, ... I mean, isn't it tough to have this message where they say, oh, no, Trump's takeover. And then, well, okay, what's he going to do? Oh, make it safer? It's just, to me, it's such a bizarre argument.
Yeah, let's unpack that. You're bringing up a bunch of very good points. And point one is this. Trump is allowed. It's just like going to war. It has 30 days.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, Ben.
Just about to make a great point.
Oh.
Let me get them.
Sorry. Just a few technical problems. So I know you guys are working to tweak it here. So we're talking to Ben Manis. Has a couple of great pieces, broadenliberty.com. And as you heard Ben say, I mean, Ben writes about policy, is a policy expert, but as well has walked the walk in law enforcement jobs, local level, national level, that sort of thing. So really has a depth of experience and expertise as well in this. And so, by the way, I was looking up, because of Buttigieg, I was looking up at East Palestine, Ohio, and seeing if there was any of the latest. Remember, that was my boots reference with Buttigieg, because remember that he wore those low energy boots as he was walking. It was just, he's an embarrassment.
Ben's back with us, and he's ready to start at number one again.
And Ben, by the way, wears beautiful Italian boots, right? They're not those low energy Pete Buttigieg boots. Ben is like, what is she talking about? Do we have Ben?
I think so. Ben, you there?
Ben? Oh, no.
What is going on with our
The
phone?
great Ben Manis. Yeah, we've technical problems. If you can hear us, Ben, we're working on it. It's the Russians. So I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry, Ben. Apologies. And he was just making this amazing point, for sure.
I'm going to give Ben another number to ring into.
All right, so Ben's going to call back in. Let me just, let's do a reset as I talk about...
I think, there we go. We got it now.
Good.
Yeah, there's Ben.
Fantastic.
I don't know if this is because Soros bought Odyssey or what. You're cutting me off in the middle of a great point here.
It was point number one, too.
Yeah. All right, so point number one. He only has 30 days, like going to war. Trump has to get Congress to
act.
Yeah,
I'll
what
finish
the heck
this.
is going on,
Fill
man?
in the blank. This is weird.
Yeah, this is annoying.
This is very weird. It's the Russians.
Yeah.
Russia. Let me give you some headlines in between while Dan works on it. So we have a couple of headlines, as we know that there's a whistleblower in Washington. You'll hear this story accusing Democrats, in particular one senator, who allegedly approved an illegal plan to target Donald Trump. And so we have that going on. We're talking about some new jobs numbers and new economic numbers that I'll get to around the corner, but want to give you some hopeful economic news, as this week we're expecting more economic news. Everybody's very hopeful. All the financial gurus out there are looking forward to a September rate cut by the Fed, and today's latest CPI numbers indicating that. So we have that going on. I know that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in the headlines addressing all the different criticism of President Trump's, quote, Liberation Day actions to fight crime. And as well, we have Ben Manis back. Hey, Ben.
All
right, Ben, we're back. Were you good?
Okay.
Sorry about that. You were saying.
All right. So look, he has 30 days to act, because it is like going to war. He has to get Congress to amend the Home Rule Act. That's the only way for this to work. And the reason why simply assuming the duties of the police department and flooding the streets with National Guard, which, by the way, they did back in the 90s, in the early 2000s when I was policing there, is the prosecutors. It's the same problem we in Philly have with Krasner. The adult prosecutions are done by U.S. attorneys, the same people who do the federal crime, and they're overworked and underpaid, and they don't work nights and weekends. And then, as this grand experiment, they gave the juvenile prosecutions over to the district attorney general, who's elected, who's a progressive, and we see that the juvenile crime has simply skyrocketed. There's just no consequences for kids in D.C. And I mean kids, they do 18, not 16 like some places. So, yes, Trump needs to, seriously organize Congress to do something about D.C. Because if you, travel like I do, London, Paris, Rome, hey, Mexico City, all have extremely lower crime rates than Washington. It's embarrassing as a country to see this. But yeah, he has to get Congress to act, and they have to do something about the home rule, because they just simply can't manage anything legitimately in D.C. And I actually have a great footnote about this. Are you still with me?
Yep, we're with you.
Okay. I was one of my readers this morning, a friend of mine who's a serious crimes detective with the Met, the London Metropolitan Police. And he's of Indio English descent, and he looked at this and he said, you know what this looks like? Any place that emerges from a protest that gets its independence from some kind of civil protest, as D.C. did with home rule in the 70s during the Civil Rights Act, is doomed to fail if it doesn't govern effectively. And you look at that from an Englishman's perspective, and you're like, oh, yeah, look at, Jamaica, look at some of the African and Middle Eastern places that are now flooding the zone with their immigration issue, because they simply broke off saying it's civil rights, but they never really looked at governance and what needs to be done. And that's the problem with D.C. D.C.'s just simply run poorly and corruptly. So they have to do something. Now, how does this apply to Philly, you might be asking? Well, Philly is a microcosm of what's happening in D.C., because Philadelphia is the only city in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with, wait for it, a Home Rule Act. And that Home Rule Act marginalized the office of the sheriff, eliminated the office of the constable, and created basically no checks and balances. The inspector generals can't investigate elected officials. They have zero oversight the way they would if they had a county. If you compare us to Pittsburgh, Allegheny County runs the sheriff and the corrections and various court systems. So, you don't just have one type of voter looking at Pittsburgh. You have the suburban too. So, this is a problem. You can't have someone running completely outside oversight and expect that to result in a good thing.
So you have, I'm looking through, and so that you address this, broadandliberty.com, Washington, Philadelphia, and the problems of home rule. And that leads us into the other story that you have on municipal government, talking about the sheriff's office. And you believe the sheriff's office needs a state takeover. So
yes, that was a while back, but yes, 100%.
So that was another, story that I forgot that you had talked about with Rochelle Bilal, where there was all that alleged corruption. That slipped my mind. So I just saw that pop up, and I just wanted to weave that into the conversation.
Yeah, I think Philly's home rule charter should be repealed as well, or at least amended. I think Harrisburg has something to do, and even when you talk about things like SEPTA and the various budget crises, Philly, the silent killer that nobody talks about in Philadelphia, other than things like crime and corruption, is the fact that the pension system here is amazingly underfunded. And there's just no plan to fix it, because look at who we have in council. So it's very important for Harrisburg to kind of, regain some control, because if you look at other states, look at New York, right? New York's a problem. But New York State, or, Illinois for that matter, rely on New York City and Chicago to feed them taxes. Philly being the biggest city in Pennsylvania is actually a drain on state resources. So, and it's because no one has ever got their hands around the problems here before they metastasize like a cancer. The sheriff is a great example of it, because if they use what they did with the parking authority, when the parking authority was awash with corruption, the state house took it over. So even though it says Philadelphia Parking Authority on their patch, they're a state-run agency. So it's important for, someone to bring some sanity into this, because if you look at it's not just the corruption in the sheriff's office, it's the fact that while they're not doing their job, look at the blight in our communities. Look at the houses that aren't being seized and they're boarded up and they're turning into, heroin dens. That's 100% on the sheriff, who's just not doing that job effectively.
Yeah, and yet, though, if you think about Philadelphians and voting people in and people who get to keep their jobs, and you mentioned D.A. Krasner, who, talk about
it's my next piece,
right? The bipolar nature of this, that you have, somebody like D.A. Larry Krasner, who's an incumbent, and we've talked a lot about Pat Dugan, now longtime Democrat, who's going up against him as a Republican. It's a long shot, but he's going for it. But if you think about it, people are reelecting Larry Krasner over and over. And the same with Bilal. And that really brings up, to my point, with keeping these people in power, it's, in truth, isn't then you say, well, you get what you deserve.
Yes and no. It's what people are electing. You got to understand something. When you have a 17% overall voter turnout for a municipal election in a city of 1.6 million people, that isn't everyone. And the problem, yes, there is a problem. The problem is, and I'll say it, even for our little safe audience, The Philly Republican City Committee has been corrupt and completely aligned with this. They've been getting handouts and patronage jobs for so long, they have completely forgot how to get out the vote. Now, let's look at Dugan versus Krasner. I'm covering this very in-depth in my next piece. It'll be out later this week. But, Dugan, we have 20% Republicans in the city of Philadelphia. That's not a majority by any means. But when you could only get a 17% overall turnout, and the big Megillah is the primary election for Democrat, so we're really looking at 11 to 12% come November for the actual general election. Why haven't the local Republicans, the ward leaders, embraced mail-in balloting and gone out there and started getting their people to vote? 20% could win this thing. Just like New York, by the way. Everyone's throwing their hands up about Mondami. But that's so far that left-wing vote is split three ways. You got Cuomo, Adams, and Mondami chasing the same votes. If Sliwa, if the New York Republican Party actually had a ground game still, which they don't because they just let it die, they could win this thing. They could sneak in. This is how people like Marty O'Malley win in Baltimore. This is even how Jim Kenney won in Philadelphia the first time because Hardy Williams and them, they split the vote and he was able to sneak in. So this is one of those things. There is a mechanics to this, and the city committee has been so absolutely inept on purpose. I've met these people. I've worked with these. I've tried to get people like Beth Grossman elected. Sam Oropeza, people like that. They've just let kind of die on the vine because they're not doing their job. They sit, they talk, they complain, they have drinks at the URC, and then they just seem happy. They don't even have their council seats anymore. So it is a matter of work and who is doing the work. If it needs to be from outside, great. But we really need our own Scott Pressler here in the city because it's achievable. It's 100% achievable.
You mentioned, a couple of things you mentioned, Mamdani. So in New York, I will say with Mamdani, the difference is that his use of social media and getting a certain block of voters, and especially those on social media, and he is very good with social media. So I don't know that that's Pat Dugan's wheelhouse, but there has to be some kind of a conduit that, by the way, doesn't cost anything. It's free. And so,
same thing that Krasner does, by the way.
Yeah,
Krasner. These are all millennial or Gen Z voters that vote because they have these ridiculous kind of aspirational goals that aren't kid tested, mother approved. This whether it's socialism, whether it's criminal justice reform, bail reform, all these just insipid plans that have absolutely hit the rocks. But you don't know because you don't actually live in a society where you have to pay your own bills yet. You're out there in your 20s. So, this is the problem. People are giving a shot because they heard about it online. They're not actually living with other people in a society. So the only way to counter that is to get your door knocking the way Scott did with the state. Get you out there, knock on your doors, and hand out those mail-in ballots and get people who have been sitting on their couch too long to get those votes in. That's the only way to counter it.
Yeah, and I think you and I can agree on this. We can all agree on this one, Ben Manis, that when you think about it recently, and State Senator Ward just brought this up last segment, that you had a governor ripping on somebody like Joe Picozzi in Philadelphia. What does that tell you, though? If I'm like Joe Picozzi should be that's a compliment. That means that they're worried about this young.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Shapiro's worried because so think about this. You had a kind of an unholy pact between guys like Driscoll and the Boyle brothers, Nielsen in Northeast Philly, where Picozzi's now a senator. And because, they have one councilman up there, O'Neill, who's been around since the 70s and really doesn't do anything but zoning arguments, they're in a situation where what happens if there's some Republican momentum in 3 or 4 districts surrounding Martina White's House district that will actually flip red in a minute? Because if you look at the electoral maps, every municipal and federal election, that whole chunk of Northeast Philly is red. So why do we have a bunch of state reps in a House district that are blue?
Ben Manis, sorry for the technical problems. Really appreciate you. Look forward to the next piece dropping. BroadandLiberty.com. Ben Manis, thank you so much. I'm Dawn Stensland. That's it for me. We're making way for the Dom Giordano Show coming up next.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about crimpets. Oh yeah, I love crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, accept no substitute.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-7718. 800-525-7718. 800-525-7718.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. It's hard to even know where to start, but do I have comedy gold here? Thanks to a police source who sent it to me, the great man, Governor Shapiro, about the transit situation. Who does he reference as the sage of ages, giving him guidance on it? Oh, you guessed it, the sun again. Remember that? The son told him, how can you be for capital punishment? And that turned him around. I'll play that in a moment, but I just saw this. We have big issues, big guests. We have Judge Dugan on the show today at 1 o'clock, the guy who can defeat Larry Krasner. Thank you, Jody Della Barbara and producers. He'll be here at 1 o'clock today. All right? Have high hopes for him. So what's Krasner doing to meet this challenge now that he's shocked? Well, he's calling Judge Dugan a liar and a Republican and Trump, and he's meeting with the phony local faith leaders to discuss what today in Philadelphia? Not the unending violence, not the breakdown of neighborhoods where these pastors are from. He's meeting with them to discuss the Trump threat to send the National Guard into American cities. So he's discussing, we're not going to let that happen here. Trump's not coming into Philadelphia. Everything is fine in Philadelphia. Yep, as predicted here. As soon as threatened, who does he go to? The ministers. And the ministers talk about no one's a criminal, no one should be in jail, and the idea that somehow or another, this is all about Trump. This election's about Trump, just as predicted. All right, so here is must listen, and thanks to the source that texted it to me. I wouldn't have seen this. Shapiro now jumping into the ring. Things are tightening up on the issue of mass transit. And here is Governor Shapiro talking about who he goes to for wisdom. Now, we all remember, suddenly in a church, it's always with the churches in these Democrats, right? They go into the church and they have the Praetorian Guard of these ministers around them, many of whom are getting grants. And they stand up there and they hosanna to the highest. Meanwhile, carnage goes on wherever these progressives are. All right, here is Shapiro talking about the transit strike and what his 14-year-old. Now, the guy who sent it to me, might be a side question, said, if this were Jeopardy, Alex, I'll take for 500 things that never happened. Meaning, does the son ride mass transit? Here's what he said.
Had a conversation with our 14-year-old son
there we go.
Just the other day. He's off doing something else with his family. I'm here fighting to make sure we get a state budget done that funds our mass transit. And our son Ruben asked me, what's holding everything up? And I said, a big piece of what's holding it up is there are some folks who don't believe in funding our buses and our trolleys. And our trains
who
and our
are they?
subways. My 14-year-old looked up and just said, how are people supposed to get to work, Dad? He got it. He understood it. People instinctively understand that here in Philadelphia, and I would argue all across Pennsylvania. Mass transit is critical to get people to work, to get students where they need to go, to give parents more time with their children.
Okay, now let's ask the question as the person who sent it to me, Alex, for 500 things that didn't happen. In that, is Ruben riding to school every day, mass transit? Do you think that's the case? Even when he wasn't a governor, do we think that's the case? I don't. So once again, Josh Shapiro goes into the bullpen. I'm not sure if he has two sons or not. I'm not sure if this was a capital punishment guy or not, or this is the mass transit. Well, how are people supposed to get to work then? Well, what would the answer be? 855-839-1210. All right. Our eyes are a lot on, first of all, the inflation numbers. Henry, I sent it late. Do you have that CNN cut? Okay. Here's CNN this morning. I have to admit, given some of the stuff that we had seen out there around everything, I thought maybe inflation might be up a tick here and there. The market is reacting extremely well. Here's what CNN reported this morning as far as the big inflation report out today.
When you look at the key categories that we always look at, energy, food, and shelter, energy fell by 1.1%. That was largely driven because of gas prices falling in the month of July by 2.2%. Look at that food. I mean, this is where people spend their money, right? Food every single day. Food flat, 0%, and actually down at the grocery store by 0.1%. And then shelter, we always usually see an increase because that is what people are paying on rent, and we know that rents are rising.
All right, so there you go. CNN this morning on this. Wow. That's amazing to me to see that report, and the markets are reacting tremendously. Nice to see, too, frequent visitor E.J. Antoni from the Heritage Foundation, great economist, really breaks things down in an understandable way. E.J. is now going to be the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Surprisingly, because E.J. doesn't come across, he was recommended by Steve Bannon. I thought that was a bit of a strange connection there, but he's going to be the guy in that. And I wouldn't be surprised. There's going to be an opening at the IRS. Bessent's only going to do that for a while to see that going on. So we will see when EJ takes over. We're thrilled for him. He's a great guy. You've heard him so many times, and just so much on the mark. All right. So what is the Democrat counter? And I'm going to try to get Stephen Son on, the former Capitol Police head. What is the Democrat counter to all this talk of what's going on? And I just did a Newsmax in which even the Democrat strategists agreed with me. Yeah, crime is bad in Washington. Shockingly, the one who made this point yesterday, this is Cut 5, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Here's the local ABC anchor breaking the script. I mean, this woman just during a newscast or a conversation with two guests about this, and it's an ABC affiliate. Her name is Phillips. Here's what she said about crime in D.C.
We've been talking so much about the numbers, and yeah, usually that's how you play devil's advocate, is you talk about, oh, well, stats say crime is down. However, I can tell you firsthand here in downtown D.C. where we work, right here around our bureau, just in the past 6 months, there were 2 people shot. 1 person died, literally 2 blocks down here from the bureau. It was within the last 2 years that I actually was jumped walking just 2 blocks down from here. And then just this morning, one of my coworkers said her car was stolen a block away from the bureau. So we can talk about the numbers going down, but crime is happening every single day because we're all experiencing it firsthand while working and living down here.
All right. Now, that's an example of what people are afraid of in D.C. Homeless, out of control, youth gangs, numbers cooked. And it could happen anywhere. I mean, maybe not in the most protected police areas, but, people wander a little bit off. You are going to be in a difficult situation. The carjacking numbers, the robbery numbers are astounding. And yet, what is the other side doing? The other side is still, Larry Krasner is stopping Trump from coming into Philadelphia here with the ministers. How about the criminals? Why would anybody be against this? All right, their arguments are, what about January 6th? Their arguments are, this is just political because of Epstein. We told you yesterday, even on CNN, they talk about the fact that Epstein is a nothing burger at this point. It is fading. I'm kind of surprised at that. I still don't think that's fully true, but it is not front page news. And this is the best of Trump. I said it yesterday in saying, we're not going to have the status quo here. In other words, we're not going to go with the notion that the nation's capital, the greatest country in the history of the world, should be this bad, should be so difficult, homeless, things of that nature, dirty, all those things. It ought to be the show place. What is wrong with that? And the National Guard are not going to be the police. They're a force multiplier. They add to that. They add a deterrent effect. They're going to do other tasks. And the other police are police that are federal police. And I don't see being able to do this in other cities. But what is wrong with shaking up these blue cities where crime is out of control. Their argument, guy on Newsmax, I'll give it to the host that I was just on, said, John Daly once said, golfer John Daly, he drank 40 beers a day. So if he's down to 30 now, that's better. But is 30 beers a day a little bit too much? That's what the Washington's did. This is The Wire. They're going to get caught. There's going to be more looking at them now. In The Wire, what was one of the top 10 constant themes? Cooking the crime statistics. Philadelphia at one point, just as an example, I remember them doing this. It goes back 20 years at least. You had a guy in Northeast Philadelphia go up and down a block. Either he was trying to rob or he was a vandal, who knows, breaking car windows. He did it to 20 cars. The Philadelphia police put down one. That was one act. Yeah, try telling that to the 20 car owners. It was one act of vandalism. He smashed 20 cars. This is the type of nonsense they do to cook the books. 20 versus 1 is very helpful. There's all sorts of ways of spinning it and dealing with it. Scott Jennings will be on the show tomorrow at 12:15. He talked last night on CNN about being at Union Station. He turned, I think he said he was getting Mexican food or something, and he heard a gunshot and a body drop right there. And people are like, yeah, so what? Can happen anywhere. No, not exactly true. This is an area that needs attention. Okay, sort of in honor, it's in honor of two things. The wisdom of Josh Shapiro's son again. I'm not sure if that's the capital punishment expert. He's the transit expert. Well, how are people supposed to get to work? You think this kid's on the bus? He's on the bus coming from Abbott? No, I don't think so. I nothing against that. It's nice that he has protection, can be dropped off at school and everything else, just like Josh Shapiro. Every time this guy references the sun, though, isn't there something about that that's out of line? That it's a shield. So it is National Youth Day. Here's what we're looking for. We're looking for a film that was a great kids film. Now, maybe you saw it as a
TV show, right?
Or TV show,
okay.
Sure. A great kids or TV show or film. Maybe you saw it as a kid, or maybe you saw it as an adult,
Or maybe you still watch it to this day.
Well, there are a couple that I'm going to mention that I do. I saw one down the shore.
Yeah?
Yep.
Oh, I know which one it is. It's a great one, actually.
Yeah, Toy Story.
Oh,
I think it was Toy Story 4. It was great watching a film. Ro, call Dan and let him hear the background of Toy Story.
Okay, so for Henry's sake, Dom goes sees Toy Story, which is a great movie. I think it's proper for an adult to go see it. And I think he brought this up on air with me with the intention of me attacking him for going to see a children's movie, but it ended up being an attack that he went and to go see a film while down the Jersey Shore. It was a beautiful night, and instead of going out and having a wonderful night, we
already
maybe
did.
going for a dinner,
movie.
sitting out on a deck with some drinks as the waves lap upon the shore. You go sit indoors in a movie theater on the boardwalk.
That's exactly right. Going down Broadway, so to speak.
So, Henry, do you go down to the movie? Is it appropriate to go see a movie when you have paid for a week at the shore?
I personally wouldn't unless it was completely raining cats and dogs.
Was it raining that night?
No, it was
a nice
not.
night.
No, it was not. It was just we mix it up. All right. The other one, of course, I'll take off. And Home Alone 2 was not bad, but Home Alone 3 is like Godfather 3, the drop-off. So I could go and watch Home Alone now. I don't know, Home Alone. Yeah, the original Home Alone. Yeah. What's yours, Dan?
I'll take off first. An old one from my childhood. The best movie ever, to be honest. Still to this day, watch it over and over again. First and second one, The Mighty Ducks and D2.
Okay. Yep.
Daughter on the way. Can't wait to show her Julie the Cat Gaffney in hopes that she becomes maybe a hockey player. I don't know. We'll see. And also, Dom, a current show that we can't wait to share with our daughter as well, because me and Maisie, we watch this sometimes on the weekend just as a way to calm down and get some cute laughter going. That being the show, I don't know if you've ever seen it, called Bluey. You ever watch Bluey?
I know of it. Yeah.
You watch Bluey?
No, I have not seen it.
It's a great show, isn't it? Every time you walk away from an episode, you're like, that made me feel really nice. So yeah, go check out Bluey if you haven't. Even if you don't have a kid, it's one of those shows that it's like a 10, 15-minute little cartoon, and then you walk away just feeling so nice afterwards, no matter the age.
All right, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, so I'll take two here. One live action, one animated. First one I'm going to take off. I mean, it made me fall in love with the sport of baseball. first crush being Wendy Peppercorn. It's got to be The Sandlot. I mean, there's nothing like.
Oh, Mighty Ducks is a
them-
better movie.
Oh, stop!
No,
they don't,
I don't
They
think
don't play
so.
hockey under
Sandlot.
the fireworks on 4th of July, do they? No.
Right.
No, but they win. They win an entire tournament for the country.
They don't have a dog chasing
Oh,
you
you
for
beat Iceland.
a dog
Congrats.
chasing you for 3 miles, particularly with the cake going up. In the
Yeah.
air. Yeah, nothing like.
And
that
then the other
kid,
one I'm gonna take off is I guess it's kind of niche to me. Maybe some people out there will know it. It'd be Codename Kids Next Door. It's a cartoon from the early 2000s about 5 kids who have to protect other kids from villains such as Night Brace, who will put
That was
braces
one of your
on
childhood
kids.
shows?
Count
Makes me
Spank
feel
You
so
Not,
old.
which would spank
Right.
kids for being naughty. Mr. Boss, who wants all the kids to have jobs. Basically, all the adult stereotypes. Those were all the villains within the show, and the kids had to fight against these villains in order to keep kids from doing adult things.
Dom, you know what the side question's going to do today? I think it's going to offer our listeners a chance to finally understand how old all our callers are, because I think everyone will have.
Yeah, let's try it.
Like Fred Flintstone over on youtube.com/@12WPHT. He suggests the Soupy Sales Show.
That's pretty dated. Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be that you were a kid seeing it, but you can be an observer and say, yeah, that's a great kids film, even if you watch it as an adult.
Yeah.
You don't have to go back to, the beginning of your life to say, oh, that was hot at that point. All right. Think more contemporary ones, maybe. All right. And make your case. And this is in honor of Josh Shapiro again. Let me play just one more time, and we'll start to take some calls. Here's Shapiro now, the thorny issue of the transit strike. Now, what Ruben, the 14-year-old whiz at Philosophy and Capital Punishment, should know is there are people that get it, Ruben and Josh, and they want to fund within reason, but they want oversight over SEPTA. Why is that so hard to understand? Why would you want oversight? You just put people on buses and subways, and everybody's happy. Here's what Shapiro said.
Had a conversation with our 14-year-old son just the other day. He's off doing something else with his family. I'm here fighting to make sure we get a state budget done that funds our mass transit. And our son Ruben asked me, what's holding everything up? And I said, a big piece of what's holding it up is there are some folks who don't believe in funding our buses and our trolleys and our trains and our subways. My 14-year-old looked up and just said, how are people supposed to get to work, Dad? He got it. He understood it. People instinctively understand that here in Philadelphia, and I would argue all across Pennsylvania. Mass transit
The
is
master.
critical to get people to work. to get
Coming up,
students-
is Stacey Garrity going to be in? YouTube.com/1210WPHT. We'll play you a video of Garrity talking about Shapiro and what some people think is another tell. Martina White basically kind of said it yesterday that she is going to be in. Thank God. That's coming up in your calls at 855-839-1210. Look, I'm not picking on the Sun. I'm picking on Shapiro. How many times can this guy get away with doing this? Does anybody in the media ever break down and saying, what the hell are you talking about? There's a real debate here about funding SEPTA and having oversight over SEPTA. There's a real debate about how much money they waste. Always, they try to make these people in the other parts of the state lesser. Don't they understand the economy and all the smart people like Josh Shapiro and his son are here in Philadelphia? You rubes over there, you're going to pay whatever we say for SEPTA. You don't get it. We need to get to work. All right, 855-839-1210.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PMC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PMC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PMC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Sanders with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, that's the side question today. All-time TV show or film that you think is a great kids film, maybe adults too, maybe as an adult observing it, you think it's great for you and the kid, and try to be a bit contemporary with it. This coming off National Youth Day and also this Josh Shapiro stuff. Now, here's the counter to Josh Shapiro. Here is Stacey Garrity, and to me, if this isn't definitive that she's running, I don't know that this is Cut 20, youtube.com/1210WPHT, which he announced before Labor Day. I don't see why not, but then again, we got to be after Labor Day, and people are paying attention. I think every day is precious to run against this guy. You got to run against his sons, too. Here is Stacey Garrity. This is a tell. I would say 99% plus that she's running.
And will likely mean another tax increase. Yet, where's Shapiro? Instead of Pennsylvania, Shapiro's been spending his time in other states, raising money from the most radical liberals to bankroll his campaign for president. According to newly released documents, Shapiro spent $18,000 on hotel rooms in California alone. Shapiro has also been traveling out of state to appear on the most liberal talk shows, including The View and The Daily Show and Colbert, to talk about his run for president. The bottom line, Shapiro's a career politician who's always been running for a different job than the one he has. And Pennsylvania's families have paid a heavy price. But this isn't where this story ends.
All right. Yeah, so is Stacey Garrity running? I would say yes. I can't figure out exactly the timing. We're relatively close to Labor Day. Maybe after that, Martina White yesterday. I'm just saying, thank God. Judge Dugan is in, and Doug Mastriano is not going to be in anywhere near this. I feel better about the midterms. That's right. With all this redistricting Doug by losing would kill us. I still think he's going to run. Now, hopefully Trump will tell him, simmer now. We got the candidate. That's it, so that we don't have a big primary here. And we can get ready to take on Josh Shapiro and not only stop him here, but stop him as presidential candidate. All right, one more on Washington, then we'll start to take calls. This is cut 16, and he has hair in this one. I think it's 1992. This is Joe Biden, then Senator Biden, talking about when he's coming home in Washington. Remember, 1992, so 33 years ago. What does the smart man do that his staff told him to do to avoid gangs?
Driving home, my staff who lives here in the Hill reminded me, don't stop at a stoplight until I'm out of town. If I see a red light late at night, since there's very little traffic, slow up at the other block so I never come to a full stop except in the middle of the block. Because carjackings, stopping at a light, people standing in a corner, walking up with a gun.
All right, there's your tip of the day from Joe Biden. And it wasn't the current version. It was the Biden of 1992, also not so bright. His tips on how to get around in Washington. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. That was a great little segment. Joe Biden, the profiler in chief. I love it.
Stopping in the middle of the block. Oh, God.
Yeah. They could recognize danger, but we can't. Great. I love it. It's just amazing. And I think that was before the days of the internet that really where it can come back and bite you. So God knows what
absolutely.
else.
Well, he's the guy, and this came up during the election cycle, who came up with the strongest laws that put the most people in jail around drugs. And yet he wants to attack Republicans on it. He's the guy.
Yeah, right. Do as I say.
Yeah.
Not as I do. Dom, my side answer, and I think it just hit the heart over, and going back some time, of every pet and animal lover. And in the words of Bill Murray, who didn't cry when Old Yeller got shot?
Yeah, absolutely. That is a tough kid show.
Old Yeller gets shot?
Yeah, I don't know. Do kids? Was that a kids' film though, or would adults watch it? Would they let kids watch it?
No, that was definitely a kids' film, and you fell in love with you did.
What was the statement? Like every kids movie has like a goal. Is it to be careful what you
Yeah, what's the
love what you have while you have
the
it?
shooting of Old Yeller? Do you think?
Take care of your pets.
Okay.
It was he got singled. It was animal abuse in a way, and it really broke your heart.
Okay. All right, Joe. Thank you very much. I'm not going to say anything about Christine Noem there and decisions that are made. I still can't get over that, because when I saw her in the spin room and see her in various things, she really can hold her own, looks great, the whole thing. And yet, writing the book about that has really made it difficult for her. All right, that's the side question today. Jump in at 855-839-1210. In addition to that, Judge Dugan here at 1 o'clock today. The numbers on inflation are incredibly good, which really matters here. We were expecting something, decent maybe. And I played you, what's going to be taken over the next 48 hours. I can't tell if they're going to reach a settlement. We're going to have a SEPTA cut down and all the rest of it. All that I know is Josh Shapiro is going to have a real contest, I believe, against Stacey Garrity. 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment, though, about Rescue Natural Supplements. The biggest thank you of the year is their customer appreciation sale. It's on now, and it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you. Right now, stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles. Plus, your order will ship for free. Just use that code VIP50 at checkout. So whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, joint health, this is your chance to feel your best for less. Place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, now's the best time to give them a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more of their natural supplements. Use that code VIP50 at res-q.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
A hot and humid air mass will remain in place through the rest of the work week. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high of around 90 degrees. A muggy night tonight, partly cloudy, low 74 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, partly sunny with an afternoon shower storm possible, high 92.
This is the Duke's Country Song.
It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. You got the side for today. By the way, I mean, just all out for Mulligans this Friday. Bring your electric bill. Don't forget to do that if you're a Jersey resident. We're going to feature them on the air. Sadly, the lie detector guy will not be there this Friday, but he's coming on August 29th. Yep, the lie detector guy. So I don't know if it'll be Henry and Dan under the gun on some of the statements they made over the course of time. We'll put some of the regulars on there. I don't know what politicians will be there, and we'll make them go under it. I'll probably go under it, too. What the heck? Pat Malloy will be the officer in charge. We might reenact a dragnet with it. So you get, these Mulligans things. We just come up with stuff. I told Johnny we need a lot of oysters there for this Mike Testa, the Senator Testa. The guy, he'll be there. He's trying to change the name of Delaware Bay to the Bay of New Jersey. And he said New Jersey's got the best oyster industry. He keeps on saying that a lot.
It does.
So I may have an oyster there. Oh, God.
But
what a job.
You need an oyster from a bad oyster place to compare it to.
No, I'm not eating
You're not doing a bad oyster?
No. I'm already figuring Pepto-Bismol alongside.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with bad seafood either.
No. And I don't know if Mike Testa would be
no fun.
Will he be throwing down oysters there? So we got that going on.
You don't want a Legionnaire's disease?
Oh, God.
No?
All right.
No,
so
it's
maybe slow on the oysters.
Flu-like symptoms.
Henry, as a producer, you're the designated taster. You can taste it.
Oh.
Give me about 20 minutes. If you're okay, then I'll have a little.
Yeah, no,
that's
I'm more than down for that.
From experience, it takes a little bit longer than 20 minutes.
Search the small print of your contract. It's in there. All right.
First topic on the lie detector.
Yes.
Does Dom actually believe he can throw a football 40 yards?
Yes, I do. And I'm still working.
I don't know if you do.
I know I threw it 40 yards in the past. I don't know what happened. I mean, it looked like a missile in the air. And Luke, who is brutally honest, said, yeah, he thought it was 40 yards.
That's what happens when you throw a Nerf vortex ball.
No, it was not. It was a smaller football, but it was a lot of stickum involved with this. But I have the Bridgestone ball. I'm going to bring it with me on Friday.
Yeah.
Jaws is unavailable this time, but hopefully we'll get him. All right, I've been trying to get this resolved, and I can't say this guy is here illegally until I know officially that's the case. But several of you have been hitting, are you going to talk about this? Yeah, our buddy Steve Keeley is the first one to put it up on Twitter. Listen to this maniac, whether he's here legally or not. 33-year-old man was charged in Chester County with first-degree murder and numerous related offenses for a series of crimes that included the stabbing death of a man during an attempted carjacking in front of the man's house. Javier Rivera. And this is in, Kennett Square, where there's a deal with Kennett Square. Hey, big mushroom industry, let people do what they want. If they need people here illegally, who are we to say anything? He's being held without bail. He was arrested early Monday at his home in Kennett Square with one of the stolen vehicles parked out front. On Sunday night, Rivera attempted, allegedly, since he's not convicted yet, to steal a BMW SUV from the driveway of a home on Crestline Drive in Kennett Square. A man confronted him. He's accused of fatally stabbing that man, then fleeing. So picture this. He runs a little bit. An officer was responding to the crime scene, found an abandoned red Chevrolet SUV registered to Rivera on the 400 block of North Union Drive. So he flees from that car. A woman on North Union Street said a man matching Rivera's SUV then walked away. In the area of North Union Street and Route 1, a Pennsylvania state tags gray Honda Accord was taken. The owner said he was struck by a burgundy vehicle that had been stolen minutes before. So imagine this. He's got the second or third vehicle. It's hard to figure. He crashes into another car and then steals that car. He stole the woman's car, the complaint said. Police then responded to a report of a burglary on South New Street in Westchester. They were told it matched Rivera's description. So far, we've gone through a stabbing to death over one car, abandoning another car that was stolen, crashing a car into that, and then stealing that car, and now a burglary. Police found Rivera at his home wearing the same clothing that was in the complaint. His shoes and shirt were allegedly stained with the blood. My goodness, Chester County again. And, the commissioners out there, they're weak on all kinds of crime. We've seen that, but particularly illegal immigration. So I wish the media, is it a major point? You know what they would say, the local media? Well, why do we have to know if he's here illegally? Why do you think we have to know that? It's one of the raging issues in the country. That's why. We're just going to give you the criminal background here. So I can't say definitively that he's here illegally. Once I see the police report, or I see ICE, or I see something happen here, then I'm going to say it as quickly as I can. So he's charged with first-degree murder, numerous related offenses. This is just one guy. And if he is here illegally, you know what this is about? He can do whatever the hell he wants because he's gotten away with it up until now. What do you think this guy's doing all day long? Who stabs a guy to death allegedly in a carjacking, takes all these other cars, is crashing them, abandoning them, and then decides to rob another house? How many crimes do you think this guy commits in a year? That's one night's work. I mean, that is, I haven't seen the full police blotter, but it sounds like almost double figures probably of things he'll be charged with. Again, what are the odds he's here illegally? I'd say they're very high. And it exposes the whole Kennett Square scene there with mushroom farms and the argument, we need people here illegally, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My goodness, just a one-man crime spree. Probably the worst. After all that, don't you think you'd be afraid? You've been seen, you've murdered someone, allegedly. You're going to rob a house in the middle of that? That's what you're going to do after all these things? I will continue to follow this. And again, all kinds of people listen to the show. If you have information, if you know how I can ascertain, I got to be sure that this guy is here illegally. All right, before we're going to say that, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the All-Time Kid Show also. Coming up, we have Judge Dugan, the man of the hour. I told you, how is Krasner countering this? Well, he has, he's meeting with the ministers today. They're going to take on Trump. They're going to tell Trump, Krasner and the ministers are not going to let him come to Philadelphia to do what he's doing in Washington. Here we go with the Trump stuff already. All right? It's endless. We got to, Northeast Philadelphia particularly. Now, usually we don't take calls with the guests, but if you want to cheer Judge Dugan on, we can do that. We got to rouse South Philly, Northeast Philly. Thanks to Jody Della Barba for hooking us up. By the way, Bob Brady, I get it. He's got to do this, but come on, Bob. Putting out a missive to all ward leaders that Judge Dugan is a liar. He's disgraceful. Come on, Bob. Come on. This is just politics here. You know it. Are you a little bit afraid? Now, we know you hate Larry Krasner. That's good. I realize, though, as chairman, you got to do what you got to do. All right. 855-839-1210. Grab a line here on Talk Radio 1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Ends 8/23. Select models only.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-342-1834. That's 800-342-1834.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So a new poll out that says, I think what we've been saying about the American Eagle ad, and it's not political, it's not CNN, it's not Fox. It's one of those Economist YouGov poll. It came out August 9th to 11th, so people had a good time to sit about and see this. And they asked a simple question. Was the ad more offensive or was it more clever? Clever or offensive? And here's what the survey found. 39% found the ad to be more clever. 12% found it to be offensive. 40% said neither, and 8% were unsure. So what's the takeaway? Well, the takeaway is that hardly did any of this Nazi stuff in any way, shape, or form make any kind of impact here that people picked up on. So it's just the New York Times and a few on CNN, MSNBC types trying to mine that narrative. But clearly, 39% found it clever, 12% offensive. All right? That's not a big number here. All I can say is keep them coming. What a boon for talk radio. The mileage out of this ad, the stuff that came off it, is just unbelievable. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get a line. I'm tempted to play here. I'll wait, though. Helen Mirren, somehow or another, saying tomatoes are bisexual. We'll have to get to that. I love Helen Mirren.
What's wrong with that?
How are they bisexual? How are we looking at sexuality of tomatoes?
Well, you don't look at your produce and wonder what way they swing?
No, I don't think
No.
so. I mean, they're not animal. I don't know about
Those
sexuality
cucumbers,
of the
man,
tomato.
you better watch out.
Well, yeah. But the tomato, first of all,
and the pineapple.
It's a fruit, right? It's not a vegetable.
I think that's more where she's going with this.
Oh,
too.
that's it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's bi as in it's both.
Yeah,
fruit and
that's right.
vegetable.
Yeah, all right.
Kind
So
of
trying to
offensive,
work
isn't
a trans thing in here, I guess. Here's Helen Mirren, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. She's on a late night show, I think, right? Henry, who's she on with?
Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, Jimmy Fallon.
And Pierce Brosnan's there, too.
Okay. Noted defective, the lesser Bond.
No!
Pierce Brosnan. Horrible Bond.
Gold.
Not the Golds, no. We know who Sean Connery is. All right, here's Helen Mirren.
It's not even the right one.
If you have a tomato at home, go to the refrigerator right now and take a look.
From that one tomato?
From the only one.
The only one.
Yeah, I have ingredients here for...
Incidentally, I just want to give you a tip about growing tomatoes.
Thank you.
You know the little flower?
Yes.
Well, a good way to get a tomato out of a flower is you have to tremble the flower like this. You have to go like this with the flower. Did you know that?
Stop doing that. What's going on? I don't know what's going on.
No, it's a legitimate.
What's happening?
It's legitimate. It's legitimate.
I'm not doing that at all. To my tomatoes.
You've got to.
Killing it is one thing. Doing that is something else.
A tomato is a bisexual thing.
There you go.
Well, it is.
You've entered into this now, Jimmy. Take it away.
I looked it up very recently because I had a problem with my tomatoes. So it's bisexual. So you have to go around to each tomato, each flower, and go like this.
Yes, I got you. I understand. Yes, I understand. Each one. Oh, what? All right.
But anyway, you obviously
I'm going to do that.
because
I need
you've got
help.
your lovely tomato. Can I smell it?
Yes, of course. It's the freshest. Smell nice?
Has it got a good bouquet?
All right, I got enough. I milked that enough. Where else are you going to learn Helen Mirren talking about bisexual tomatoes?
I'm offended the way she says tomato.
Okay.
It's the accent.
Yeah, I like the accent, except on a golf
Say tomato,
channel.
though.
It's the British accent can be overdone. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. Any tomatoes around you at this point, Robert?
Oh wow! Nobody screened me today, Don.
That was my fault. I apologize, Robert.
I could be a complete wild card.
Okay, let's try that. That'll be fun. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do that to Dan. I'm looking at these improvised crime statistics that they put out as soon as Trump mentions, federalizing D.C., and I'm laughing to myself because these blue cities have been declining to report their crime statistics to the FBI for 3 or 4 years now. Now, all of a sudden, a day and a half after Trump makes its announcements, look, crime's down 30%. And I'm thinking, if that was the case, you guys would have put that out a long time ago. It's amazing the lengths that these people will go to lie to stop what needs to be done. I thought that I was past being surprised or shocked a long time ago, but they keep doing it to me, Dom. I mean, it's
that is true.
unbelievable.
Robert, here's the prediction what's going to happen here. There are allegations of cooking the books, like in The Wire, that are going on. They're investigating someone. Now all the scrutiny of the world will be on that, and I predict they were cooking the books.
And the D.C. chief was just reprimanded or brought up on some kind of charges for cooking the books.
And the D.C. chief, her former position was the head of DEI there. So that's all that's standing you between that and roving gangs. They got the DEI person out there. Yeah.
Well, I'm not worried about him doing this to other cities because D.C. is in his domain. He can do that in D.C., but he would need permission to do that in any other city.
I give him permission to come to Philadelphia. I'm giving permission right now. He's got it. I'll give him the key to the city. Yes.
He was just telling Steve Miller, I got to call Dom and see what's up in Philadelphia. That's good to hear you say that,
Steve,
Dom.
were you walking along that day with a nice suit on? Did you see my producer, a tall guy, say it's not you? I know it was Stephen Miller. I could have caged him right there.
Anyway, I'll get right to my side question. For me, it was Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, because you had kids who could have any candy that they want, but there was still a morality playing there about excess and sloth. And I thought that it was a very fun movie, and I think that the original was better than that knuckleheaded show that Johnny Depp did a couple years ago. I think that Gene Wilder was the man for Willy Wonka.
Gotcha.
You guys have a great day, all right?
Thank you, Robert. That's a good call. That's good. That's where we're looking for a kids' film that had some impact, the fun of it. Old Yeller was kind of brutal. I mean, I still have to go back and see why they did that with Old Yeller. Joe defending on that. Judge Dugan is next, the man of the hour, one of the first interviews to take on Larry Krasner next on Talk Radio 1210.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mobilizing International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
All right, welcome in, everyone. The judge is in the house. Hear ye, hear ye. Please all rise. And I'm thrilled that that's the case. And the tell here on the Dom Giordano Show, instantly the shadow of Judge Patrick Dugan is here. And what is Krasner doing? He's meeting with a bunch of ministers this week to stop President Trump, who's not coming to Philadelphia, from coming to Philadelphia. Oh, man, is the judge got Krasner on the run. Let's go to Judge Patrick Dugan, who is a candidate now in the general election for DA in Philadelphia. Hey, Judge, thank you. Thanks for taking this on, and thanks for joining us.
Tom, thanks for having me. And yes, I have to take this mission on. As a paratrooper, lifelong Philadelphian, and judge who's seen it firsthand, the failed policies of Larry Krasner, the way he's abandoned our people, our neighborhoods, and I'm talking about all people, no matter what your registration is, Democrat, Republican, independent, unaffiliated, young, old, people who can't vote, people who don't vote. I want to represent them in the district attorney's office and kick him out where he has failed miserably for the citizens of Philadelphia.
Judge, what did you learn from the first go-round being in the ring with Krasner?
That I make him nervous because when he would sit in a room with me and I would bring up things like the gun conviction rate, the retail theft policy, all that, I make him squirm. What I did learn is that I need to focus more on getting people out to vote. I've heard some conversations on your program. I've done some analysis. Other experts have talked to me. And the key is to get people out to vote who would vote for me and be against Krasner. Either or, whether it's they're voting for me because they dislike Krasner or they're voting for me because they know that I'll be fair, I'll be tough but smart as a district attorney. So I need to focus on areas that are going to go that way. We've talked about it. There's pockets in this city that need to come out to vote. Republicans need to come out to vote at a higher rate. Those Democrats who voted for me need to come back out. Independents need to come out to vote. And as I heard you say yesterday, I believe the numbers are there too. It's not going to be easy. I'm going to need everybody to make those phone calls to your neighbor, to your cousins. Make sure everybody comes out to vote November 4th so we can kick out Larry Krasner, this mainline elitist. Lets people loose all the time who are committing heinous crimes. We have to stop that insanity.
Without a doubt, Judge, and this is going to be a test of Democrats who I think are the old-fashioned type of Democrat that even if I differ with them a little bit, you know, you could talk with and all that. Are they going to say, well, no, this guy is not running in the Democrat primary? So to that point, let's be clear, when you're running in the general election, I know you have the term independent in front of it. What do you say you're running as?
I say I am running with the only label that I am embracing is the title of Philadelphian.
Okay.
I am running for all parties. This race for district attorney, and I sincerely mean this, is more important than any political stance or political party because we're talking about the lives and safety of our city. The University of Pennsylvania did a study, professors at the University of Pennsylvania Law School, and they said Krasner's policy are responsible for more than 500 extra murders in our city. Despite the fact that the numbers are down, so they say, more than 500 extra murders because of Larry Krasner's lack of prosecution, letting people in and out on these guns. When they get caught with guns, he doesn't prosecute them. It's bigger than any label anybody gives me. I'm running as a Philadelphian.
Judge, I got to say, I am thrilled, as you know, you listen to the show. I'm really glad about that you're taking this on. because I know that, people like Bob Brady are very friendly with it all, and they have to say the right things toward Democrats. So it is something, but I agree with you. And I think you've picked up a lot from the first time. I don't know how much you were around Krasner. I've never been around him, but I study guys like this. He is insufferable beyond belief. And when he brought, as you know, I've said this many times, your wife into this, if he does that again, I just would have to stop the debate and say, we're not going forward till we get this straight. We're going to leave wives out of this thing. It's ludicrous that he did that.
Yeah, so being a kid I was born in Fairmount, raised in Frankfurt under the L, and having been an infantry paratrooper, served 5 years overseas, the Patty Dugan from Philadelphia wanted to say, let's go outside behind the dumpster. But I'm a candidate running for public office. I'm a retired judge, so I had to put that Patty Dugan to the side. But it was pretty close to coming to the point, let's go behind the dumpster. I would love to have a charity boxing match or a wrestling match with this town anytime.
Yes. Oh, God,
I really would.
Well, I got something more sedate than that. Working to the debates or the encounters a little bit, because I know you're a big Eagles fan. This guy is Fugazi. He's Fugazi up and down the line. He's a Fugazi Phillies fan, going with all of his guards and all to the Phillies game, Judge, and telling us we're perfectly safe. I don't think he would know a field goal from a soccer pitch.
Yeah, there was one debate when he tried to talk about the tush push. He really doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand the go birds mentality at all.
Yeah.
I completely agree. You know what he is? He's a guy who went to high school at Conestoga, one of the blue ribbon schools, public schools in the state of Pennsylvania, and I think he was on the horse club. I think he rode at the Devon Horse Show. So I really do.
We need an ad on that. Judge, what was your high school?
I went to the prep, St. Joe's Prep. I was blessed that I had a nun in grade school, St. Joachim's, who forced me to take the entrance exam. I had no idea what the prep was.
Right.
And I was blessed enough that I scored well, and I got a poor kid scholarship. It's called the Gino Scholarship.
Yes.
From the fast food restaurant.
Yes.
Those wealthy families involved with them gave kids from the city scholarships to go to the prep. So it just opened up a whole new world for me, and I am a very proud St. Joe's Prep graduate.
I'm thinking of the years you were there. I don't know. I'm a Newman guy. What Newman did, pretty good. Newman's pretty good in basketball, as you know. So I'm trying to remember that. So, Judge, broad strokes is getting people to turn out. I think your advisors are right on that, because people know about Krasner despite the media cover-up. You're going to run a campaign educating them more. We had on Martina White, as you probably know, and we talked about Northeast Philadelphia. To me, this is the last chance for Northeast Philadelphia. If they want it to be Mayfair, that you and I knew Mayfair was, not going to be that way if we have Krasner for 4 more years or beyond.
That's correct. Mayfair was voted one of the best neighborhoods in the country not that long ago. I'm old enough to know when Kensington and Allegheny was actually a gritty neighborhood, but had thriving businesses along there. You can go to the Midway Theater. I did all that as a kid. And yes, we have to get people to stop being apathetic. They're complaining, we can't win this. There's no way we can get rid of them. Well, everybody has to come out to vote and bring their people out to vote, their family members, their neighbors. Everybody has to do this because the city is suffering. And if we all keep doing that, what do they call it? The Philly shrug. Well, that's Philly. What are we going to do about it? Get up off your butts, off the couch, and come out and have your voice heard instead of us all complaining. And I'm talking to the Northeast. I'm talking to other neighborhoods throughout the city. Get up and take your neighborhoods back. Stop giving it to Larry Krasner's non-prosecution policies.
Yeah, we know that his bases of support are not the neighborhoods you talked about. It's just in the last election and previously, they get demoralized. And this is real. I'm not just saying that. As you know, yesterday, I believe in this, that the Democrats that voted for you, by and large, come out. Republicans are going to have a surge. They finally have something to vote on. And independents. The math is there. We're on an equal footing at that point. It's all on turnout.
Absolutely is. So, again, I need every single person who is tired of Larry Krasner's policies destroying the city of Philadelphia to get motivated, get your mail-in ballot early, send $20, volunteer, call your neighbors, call your families, because we, all of us Philadelphians who want to make a change can really pull this off. We really can do this.
Absolutely. What's your website, Judge? I know you just announced on Saturday. Do you have a website up and running we can send people to?
Yes, Judge Dugan 4DA, and it's you spell the word 4 out. So JudgeDugan4DA.com. And
Judge,
there's a donation button on there. There's a volunteer.
Exactly. Well, our
form,
commitment
all that
is,
good stuff.
any events you have, anything we can do to raise a crowd, we'll be out there with you. Just let me know. I'm thrilled that you're into this because, as we broke down yesterday, this is the first real shot. Krasner not only is not invincible, the first time around, as you know, he got 1.25 million in a race of, 6 Democrats and just one going away. Then the next time he had a guy with low name recognition. Then he had Chuck Peruto Jr. Now he's got someone of substance, somebody with a real background and more name recognition since you've been through it once.
Yeah, I think this could be a perfect storm in the primary. Just people come out and vote to have your voice heard and help save and make our city safer for our children.
Exactly. Judge, thank you so much. Please come on along the campaign trail whenever you'd like. We'd love to hear from Judge Dugan.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate it. Get out and vote, folks, November 4th.
Thank you very much, Judge Patrick Dugan here. Thanks to producers and also to Jody. All right, quick poll here on Twitter. Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close-up right now. Why is that searchlight in my eyes here? My eyes. Usually I'm in...
Is it too bright?
Yeah, well, yes, because usually I'm in here. I turn that little circle all the way up and I hit A and B, and I feel as if I'm like in a mine shaft.
Oh.
Yes, now...
So wait, so do you have a code that you press?
Yeah. A and B, and the circle goes all the way around.
I can't understand these damn things.
I don't, but now this is like glaring. It's
You know what happened?
Yeah.
You were just it was a spy from the Gravy Wars.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think Rich is doing something in there. Needs a lot
Rich
of light.
only tried fixing his own lights.
Yeah, there you go. And now the light's all screwed up. I'm just letting it for the morning show. They'll come in with coffee eyes and all. We'll see what they do. All right, that's Judge Dugan. How did that sound to you? 855-839-1210. The man of the hour. Krasner already at about 2 o'clock today, he's meeting with the ministers, the Praetorian Guard that always protect him and get all those grants, to tell us that he's not going to let Trump come and run Philadelphia. And he's going to stop Dugan from bringing Trump here to run Philadelphia. This is a test of Philadelphia, though. You have a viable candidate. You have somebody who has a lot going on here. The math is there to have a shot, not like the other 3 times when there was no shot. In a DA's race, when you get over $1 million thrown in and there's 6 other candidates, it's going to be hard to beat that guy. Carlos Vega didn't have a lot of name recognition when he ran against him. And then Chuck Peruto Jr. was just, I don't know, running for DA. Come on. That's what he's faced. It's like Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro has not faced any real challenge. With Stacey Garrity, I think he is going to face a real challenge. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question today, which is great kids film or TV show coming off National Youth Day and coming off the fact, I wish I could say who sent me that Josh Shapiro clip, just brilliant eye. Him referencing his son now and the transit issues. God. Hope to speak to Johnny Z, too, because he sent me something saying, oh, yeah, he's ordered all kinds of special oysters for Friday when we have Mike Testa there. You got to be there for that. I've never eaten an oyster before that I know of, nor would I.
you mean that I know of?
No, I know.
You think someone slipped you one time?
Yeah. It's like the vodka
Put it
thing.
in your drink?
I never had vodka. I got to say, the vodka was great. I wouldn't have done 2 of them during a show, but one was pretty tasty. He put in a whole bunch of other ingredients. So, again, we're at Mulligan's.
You can unlock a whole plethora of options for Dom Giordano.
Yeah. Well, the baked potato
Do you
with
consider
nothing
yourself
on
a
it.
picky eater?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. Sure. Yeah, I'm not easy to. Yeah, Ro would tell you.
I'm
that.
not.
Yeah.
I'll sample
Yeah.
everything.
Okay. All right. Well, you'll certainly be sampling. And Mike Testa, who keeps on talking about the Bayshore communities, will.
Can we get like some stomach or something for Henry to try while you do the oyster?
I've eaten worse.
Yeah.
I just want to have a big map there at Mulligans of the Delaware Bay to see how we're going to change that to the Bay of New Jersey.
People are shocked on YouTube still to hear that you don't have oysters. Or you've never had an oyster. Sodal says no oysters, Dom?
No. I know all the qualities of oysters. Dan, you remember when Testa was on, though, going off on the big oyster making and all that stuff? Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it was quite unbelievable. Yeah.
There's your question, maybe. Just oysters, yes or no?
Vote on oysters.
Yeah. I think they're controversial enough food that you might have a...
Okay.
Maybe.
What do you think,
you
Henry?
You don't think so, Henry?
I don't know. I feel like either like oysters, you never had them.
Right.
And then you just don't like the visual, everything that goes with it. It looks like a
I
giant booger.
I might do that. I still the Jimmy Sprinkles type of thing. It's nothing's like gravy and sauce.
How about Pennsylvania versus Jersey?
That's a decent question. Yeah, that's an easy one. Pennsylvania, Jersey is wretched.
I'm just curious, do we draw more Pennsylvania listeners than Mulligans or Jersey listeners?
Probably Jersey.
You think so?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
All right, so all that going
Fisherson
down.
says oysters go well with vodka. You can do both at the same time.
All right, Johnny, serve up a vodka there.
Festy says, never had an oyster. Look disgusting. I would starve before eating them.
There you go.
Okay, well, you know what? That might be the questions. Oysters, yes or no? We're working on it. How would that be? A little side. We'll take a little
or
vote.
starvation.
And Edward says, wait till the water gets a bit colder. September, the colder the water, the better the oyster.
A lot of oyster knowledge
Yeah.
here. Okay. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. You get a line.
Are you eating it raw or cooked?
I'm going to ask Johnny when you guys get him on here. You know, I would say cooked.
No, you got to do it
Look,
raw.
I'm taking the
You got to do a
minutes.
freshly
Listen,
shucked oyster.
I want the training wheels on here, big time.
You can't do an oyster raw. That's more breadcrumbs and
Just
pepper than it is oyster.
yeah, John,
is that not training
put
wheels,
all kinds
Rockefeller?
of things in there. Take anything that's going to take away the nasty stuff potentially. All right. It's 855-839-1210. Jump in on Talk Radio 1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about an exterior home remodeling project, right now is the perfect time. For the month of August, take advantage of 24-month interest-free financing. On top of that, August is the final month to take advantage of 20% off all siding. So whether you want that fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman completes every project with such care and precision. And they always go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, options that are best going to fit your home and your budget. Don't put it off. Take advantage. 24 months interest-free financing and 20% off today. Call them, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is turning up the heat with summer savings on a great selection. Looking for a great deal? Lease a new 2026 Chevy Equinox just $343 per month, or a new 2024 Chevy Silverado EV just $699 a month. Visit Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer, or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Hester Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Here is, we just heard from Judge Dugan. Here is Larry Krasner making the point when Dugan announced, this was his first statement yesterday, and listen to where he's going. He wants to take on Trump. I mean, somebody's got to tell Trump about this Krasner guy. Can you imagine the fun that Trump will have? And Krasner, when he cleans off his glasses, that's the tell. That's when the insufferable really kicks in. Here's Krasner, though, talking about Dugan, but more talking about we're not going to let Trump come to Philadelphia.
It is a sunny and funny day in Philadelphia. Funny why? Because we just found out that the Democratic candidate in the DA's election, the one I beat, is now the Republican candidate. That's after he said he was a lifelong Democrat. That's after his campaign.
Get out of the road, Larry!
He would never run as a Republican. And
a lot of sun glare
it
there, Larry.
Looks like I'm going around in circles. I am, because this don't make no sense. But then again, what does make sense about the Trump-led Republican Party?
There we go.
What does make sense is this, that they blur fact and fiction, that they blur truth and untruth,
Get out of the street.
that they blur science and scams, that they would like you to blur elections and insurrections. That's who they are. They are at war with the truth. I'm asking you to join me. Let's stand up, not just here, but all over the country, to this kind of debasement, this kind of undermining of our election process. I need your donations. I need your volunteering. I need your help. And I would love to have it. Let's stand up and let's fight this fight.
All right. Now, speaking of debasement, this is Cut 13, youtube.com/1210. This is David Muir. Now, I was in the spin room watching Muir in the debate, second debate with Kamala Harris. The one, CNN, who can complain? Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, they just were moderators of that. Not David Muir, and I forget the woman's name. Listen to David Muir and the chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, scoff. Now, I don't know if Mary Bruce was in Washington or not. It's one of those times you'd like to see a roving gang come by and yell something out, not do anything to her, but just to make the point that it is out of control. Listen to their take on the crime rate in New York.
In the meantime, we turn to Washington, D.C. now, where President Trump has ordered the National Guard to take over policing in the nation's capital. Tonight, the mayor there pushing back with the crime stats and what they actually show. Here's Mary Bruce.
For the first time in American history, the president seizing control of the police in the nation's capital and deploying hundreds of National Guardsmen. Trump says to fight crime on the streets of Washington, D.C.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back.
President Trump declaring a public safety emergency in D.C., painting an apocalyptic picture, adamant crime is spiraling out of control. But his depiction stands in stark contrast to the official figures, which show crime in the capital is actually in decline. Violent crime recently hitting a 30-year low, down 26% since last year. Burglary down 19%, murder down 12%. Still, the president said today the D.C. police will now be able to do whatever they want.
They're standing there and people are spitting in their face and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want.
All right, so there we go, the continuing battle. And here is the person in charge. I forget, Robert was on with him, and I said, yeah, Robert, the person in charge in Washington, D.C., the chief, is the former equity or DEI superintendent. Listen to the chief have difficulty with this back and forth, talking about the phrase chain of command. Think about that, chain of command.
What the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Well, is it Pam Bondi speaking to the mayor, speaking to you, or how does this work?
So the executive order is clear. The president has requested MPD services, and our home rule charter outlines the process. The president designated Attorney General Bondi as his proxy to request services for.
So
let's go. Yeah, go ahead.
The police chief was Pamela Smith, and she was the one that was first answering there. And she says, "What does that mean?" And then she steps aside to have someone else come answer the question.
I think it was Bowser answers the question.
So one more time, here's that audio.
That's what the chain of command is now.
What does that mean?
Well,
wow. Yeah, let's keep that. So I thought she then continued. No, it's Bowser answering. Get this woman. Now this woman is in charge. Think of the police chief in a place like Philadelphia, whatever. They have immense duty. It's like the head of Homeland Security. They literally at times have lives of people in their hands by their actions, decisions that they make, how driven they are to protect us, like here in Philadelphia. And this woman, the former DEI or the equity person, who's now the police chief, says, what does that mean? You would think she would just keep. Just think about somebody in a paramilitary background. I know we have a lot of police sources listening. You're going to say chain of command. What does that mean? It tells you all that you need to know about this. They are frauds. It is not a safe city. It is not coming down enormously. They're cooking the books and they can't cook them enough, is what I believe. In addition to that, violent juvenile crime is enormous. Same thing here in Philadelphia. Krasner has a soft spot for that. The violent juvenile who takes the life. We talk often about the kid who was just putting water. Family is shopping, bringing it into the house. They kill him right there in Mayfair. And some of those people still vote for Democrats that support, at least on paper, Larry Krasner. You're either with us or you're against us. And if you're in Northeast Philadelphia, and you just can't bring yourself to vote for a guy who may or may not, whatever his title is here, the judge, you got to be kidding me. You want to continue to live under this insufferable little man. I think the judge is right, Dan. He went to Conestoga High School. I know that. Did he really do dressage? Did he really ride horses at Conestoga High School? And I like what the judge said, but, Dan, I was ready to say, Judge, I wish, again, you don't have to say, let's go outside and I'll thrash you. Just stand up near him and tell him, take that back, you punk.
Yeah.
That's all.
Why?
Yeah. Nobody says anything about you. That's a rule in Philadelphia. We talked about this with Sam Katz. This little guy, you guys don't remember, Dan, I don't think you were here, but it was during the Sam Katz versus John Street. And they had this little guy for the unions with a bullhorn who would run up to Sam Katz as he came to an event and call his wife over the bullhorn in his face the C word. You got to drop that guy right there. And Philadelphia is going to support you. Second time he ran, John Street sent out 200 guys when he announced in West Philly, surrounding him, cursing and screaming, "Shut the blank up." And I asked, "What did you do?" And he said, "Well, what could we do? Philadelphia, you have 300 guys. That's the way it works." So I'm not saying the judge ought to physically attack Larry Krasner, but I'm glad to hear what he was thinking. This insufferable little man. God. All right, he's never had a real challenge. So if you want to be a loser and go around and say, you can't win, good. Lie down. Let them run over top of us. Because remember, it's not just who the president is. It's every election counts. All right, coming to you on the side question. This guy Pritzker, the billionaire, the good billionaire for the Democrats, is out there all over the place. The Free Press has a piece today on something he's a big supporter of. It's a mom talking about questions about mental illness and doing harm to yourself that they're going to ask all these kids every year. A survey, I'll give you the 5 questions that are intended to be put to her son, who's a middle-aged son, in private. And this is going to go on starting this year in Illinois. Apparently, mandatory school screening of kids for mental illness is what this is about. I'll give you the questions. And remember, you have no parental right. You have no look over the shoulder with this. And that's what maniacs like this Pritzker guy want. These are chilling with middle-aged kids. All right. Middle school kids. 855-839-1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current 33 to 323232. That's CURRENT 33 to 323232. Text Current 33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
A hot and humid air mass will remain in place through the rest of the work week. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high of around 90 degrees. A muggy night tonight, partly cloudy, low 74 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, partly sunny with an afternoon shower or storm possible, high 92.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show, rounding into great form. The countdown on. Are you going to be with us for all the fun? What's the magic of Johnny Z and Mulligans? Just think of all the great memories.
I think I know.
What is it?
Amazing food.
Alcohol.
Yeah,
yes.
camaraderie.
Camaraderie,
like the Cheers bar every time you walk in.
Yes.
It seems like everybody knows your name.
That's exactly right. Yes, that's what it is like. The great debate. Some of the bands that we've had, there are actually 2 bands, right, Dan?
Yeah, we've had Burning Sky and Real Diamond come by.
Yeah, Real Diamonds. I couldn't believe we were getting them. That was incredible.
Neil Diamond
Neil
cover
Diamond
band.
cover
Other one was
band.
a Bad Company cover band. Yeah.
Yes. And the big and Kelsey Grammer appearing there. The French fries, eating the French fries. Let's go to Johnny Z, our host. And he puts on his...
We have Frazier over at the Cheers of Wildwood, I just realized.
That's right. That's right. There you go. We should have said that. Hey, Frazier, don't you feel at home? I just was mesmerized by the way he was fingering those French fries and just the actor. It was unbelievable. Let's go to Johnny Z at Mulligans. Hey, John, welcome in. Thanks for hosting us again. Now, we believe this is the 10th. So can we get a giant X, like Super Bowl, outside?
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good, John.
There's something happened there. There was a little bit of interference. I didn't hear exactly what you said.
I was asking, can you get a giant X somewhere since
they have them for
10.
WrestleMania where they kind of pointed them like the wrestlers in the lead up. That would be kind of cool to have out there, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll run down the convention center. I might be able to try to find something from where they had the rest, and I'll tear that thing down and bring it over to Mulligan's.
If we made a call to Ben Rose right now, he'd have it on a flatbed truck over there in 5 minutes.
I want a wrestling ring, too, in
the
parking lot.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, just like the White House.
There
Okay.
you go. Yeah, that's right. No, it's going to be...
the summer White House.
The
UFC.
The UFC is going to perform on July 4th. The 250th is going to be a UFC event on the White House lawn or patio, whichever one it is.
Oh, what a day and age.
Yeah.
What a day and age.
So, John, you're right on, that Senator Testa wants to change the name Delaware Bay of New Jersey, and he just went off on oysters when he was on. So what have you ordered for Friday?
Well, we have 2 different kind of oysters I'm bringing in. They're both local. One are Cape May salts, which are excellent. Nice big plump oysters, and then South Bay oysters. They're a little bit smaller, but they say they're a little bit cleaner, a little tastier. So we'll do a little taste test and see what's what.
I'm going with the South Bay, smaller, cleaner, Dan. That's what I'm going with.
Those bigger ones are good. Those Cape May salts.
And, John, do you remember what was in the Dom Giordano drink, the vodka drink? It seemed to be 10 concoctions.
Dom wants 8 of
those. Yeah, that was in the martini glass. That was vodka, triple sec, a little bit of watermelon pucker, a little bit of apple pucker, touch of grenadine for color, and then orange and pineapple juice.
Oh, my God.
That sounds delicious.
Oh, it would taste it unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, tasty.
Yeah.
Go
ahead, Dan.
Sorry, I'm just curious. Johnny, are we planning to do these raw, or are we doing them fried, the oysters?
No, raw. You're down the shore.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I might be able to produce some oysters Rockefeller, which are cooked. But no. We're gonna do the raw. A little cocktail sauce, a little bit of lemon, and that's the way we do it down here.
All right. So, John, what is the signature drink, if there is one of Mulligan's, would you say?
Signature drink. Well, I mean, we're known for our Bloody Marys, especially. We don't use any kind of pre-made mix.
Okay.
We do them all ourselves. So
I remember
that's one of
the first event right before COVID. My God, and we were all crammed in there for Trump coming to the shore. Rich's show. He was on the morning then. I followed 9 to noon. Boy, what radio thinks times change. It was packed. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. That day, if I never make another Bloody Mary as long as I live, I'll be happy. I was, by the time 3 o'clock or so, I was covered in tomato juice from shaking it. We actually ran out of tomato juice at the bar. We had to go over to the Acme. Thank God it was there. And we bought, I don't know how many bottles of tomato juice to bring back. We almost wiped them out, too. That was nuts.
Yeah. So, John, pretty good season at the shore. Are people spending, or are they okay with stuff, do you think?
It's been interesting. It seemed like the 4th took forever to get here. Once it did, it just took off like crazy. I'm hearing mixed things from different people, different different motels, different restaurants, all kind of different things. I'm hearing a little bit of a mix. I mean, it's not a bad season, but it's not a banner season. It's been an okay season. I don't know. I don't know if people are still reeling from the economy a little bit, still suffering from a little bit of inflation. I don't know, but no. It's been a decent summer.
All right. Well, John, again, every
Can
time
I underline one thing that we don't underline enough.
Yes.
It's really a rare case, and trust me, I know, because I'm obsessed with soups to find a place that has the kind of soups that Mulligan has. And I know you're down the shore, and I know it's weird to go see a movie down the shore, and certain things are weird, but do yourself a favor. You head to Wildwood, try their Clams Casino soup, or check what their soup of the day is, because Johnny brings it every single time. It's, again, weird to suggest soup for a shore bar and grill, but man, Johnny, I got to underline, every time I get those, they are delicious.
And the menu is incredible every night. Something big, something different.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the nice words, Dan. Yeah, you would think, pardon me, that the soups would do better, in the fall and winter, but no, we sell them like crazy all year round. Yeah, it's really, really something.
All right, John. Well, we'll be there around 11:30, 11:20 or so, ready to set up for for the Summer White House X this time, Roman numeral X.
Thanks, Johnny.
Absolutely. We'll figure something out for the X.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Dan, he and his wife are immediately going to get a giant X out there somehow or another. Come on, Ben Rose. Is there anything left for the wrestling over at the convention center?
It's not completely necessary, John.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and just, no, you don't have to. It'll be a lot of fun. Oh, man. Cook the oysters, though. I want the small, and
you don't cook oysters,
Why
man.
did he say
it's a waste of
clean, then?
oyster.
He said this oyster is the cleaner of the two. He said it, not me. He's the food expert. All right.
That's a good point.
855-839-1210. You get on board the Earl of Tacony next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, you had Judge Dugan on talking about Larry Krasner.
Yes.
And Larry Krasner's problem is he was always a defense attorney. He believes in the Shawshank Redemption, where everybody here is innocent. And,
he said he's a defense attorney with power. He says that all the time now. Yeah.
Well, that's his problem, because Larry thinks that he's a public defender. That's not his job. Returning riders back to the mob. He works for Soros. He pays his bills. Releases murderers so they go out and rack up more kills. Larry thinks that he's a public defender. A public defender. Larry's letting all the criminals go. It seems he never stops. Larry's never happy. unless he locks up the cops.
Keep going, Earl.
All right, keep going, Earl. You're on a roll here. This is part of this is the uncut version of the next Christmas album. We got to bring back Krasnerville too. Yeah,
Krasnerland.
Yeah, Krasnerland.
Oh, I have 3 Larry Krasner songs for the next Christmas album, so I've been keeping up on that.
And what's your side today? What's the kids' film or TV show?
If you thought Old Yeller was bad, I have one about cute, fuzzy little bunnies. It's called Watership Down. It's a political movie. It shows you how you sell your soul to live under democratic socialism, what it's like to live under oppression under a communist regime, and how you have to fight for your freedom. And it's all about cute, fuzzy little bunnies. Now, granted, at the end of the film, the farm dog goes and comes up over the hill and starts killing bunnies and throwing bloody rabbit corpses all over the place. But, you know, those of us who watched it in our early teens back in the 80s and 90s, we turned out all right.
Questionable, but thank you, Earl, very much for that. Earl will be, of course, at the Summer White House.
Krasner World, Krasner World. It's not safe to live
That's the best.
in the city.
Yeah, that's one of his best, without a doubt. With able help from Dan there. All right, so phone lines are 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Still, Democrats wanting to die on a new hill. Another one where Trump is going to win. Morning Joe today even read, I think it was an email from one of his friends saying, I'm not totally opposed. Liberal friend said to Trump's National Guard, crime remains rampant. I've had too many friends carjacked, shot at. None of us walk more than 3 blocks after 8 p.m. This is going to end up being one of President Trump's most popular actions. Okay? Self-identified liberals saying that. So why this all-out attack? Because that's what they're going to do. Trump's not going to accept the status quo. The Epstein thing has simmered down quite a bit. So they're going to go January 6th. That's what we're going to hear. And they're going to say that their police chief that we just played you can stop the text and all, several people saying, come on, you guys must have made that up. The police chief had to say, what's that mean? Dan, play that one more time if you have it handy. The chain of command here. Here's
That's what the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Well, is it Pam Bondi's?
Then the mayor, I think, had to tag in and carry the rest of the news conference.
Speaking to the mayor, speaking to you, or how does this work?
So the executive order is clear.
Right. That's the mayor, I believe. The police chief saying, what is chain of
That's
command?
what the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Oh, my God. Is there no level of embarrassment? The mayor has to jump into the ring right here. Oh, yeah, you didn't hear that about not knowing chain of command. How in the world would you not know that and rise to the level of police? It is probably one of the 2 or 3 most common things you would know as a cop or a military. 855-839-1210. Let's talk about Dr. Bentz here for a moment. Let me tell you about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you the great news that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, or if you're a general dentist, could use some backup on complicated cases as well, you come to the right place. Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Now, I've been a patient of Dr. Bentz for 10 years. I'm happy with all the developments of my oral health, including electric toothbrush, using the water pick, just several really good tips, even from his hygienist. You'll get on the road to great dental health, the same as me, and have that smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule your appointment now, 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949, or visit bentzdentalgroup.com, BENTZ dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the fifth C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chrissy Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Another scorcher, and your patio is still too hot to use? It's time for a Sunsetter retractable awning. At Douglas L. Gibson Enterprises, we install custom retractable awnings from Sunsetter, America's best awning. Whether it's more shade, UV protection, or just a cooler space you'll actually use, every Sunsetter awning we install is protected with up to a 10-year all-weather warranty. Plus our exclusive 5-year labor warranty, even covering storm and wind damage. Go to dlgibson.com and schedule your discovery consultation today. That's dlgibson.com.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Scott Jennings returns tomorrow at 12:15, and I will ask him, how much bourbon does he have in his cup that he drinks from when the liberal mania starts every night? Like last night, he told a story of being at Union Square, grabbing something to eat, turning around, a body fell. Someone had been shot right in front of him. Union train station, whatever you call it there in Washington. And I told you even the Joe Scarboroughs of the world telling us that, it's dangerous here. It's always been that way. And nobody's done anything about it. They just shrug. So whatever Trump's motivations are, hard to tell in just anything, he's doing the right thing here. By the way, the story that's developing, we haven't talked too much about it today. It's developing. John Solomon, who has great sources inside the Trump administration, inside what's going on in Washington, reporting yesterday, this Democratic whistleblower told the FBI that Adam Schiff approved classified leaks in order to target Trump. This intelligence staffer who worked for House Democrats for years called the behavior treasonous and illegal. Now, they're following up on all these, and I know we often hear from people, Yeah, follow up. Nothing, nobody ever. These things take time. These things are not easy to bring to a conclusion with a guy like Schiff, but they are applying pressure. There's a lot of fronts going on here. And I think you are going to see indictments on the stuff that Tulsi Gabbard put out, ultimately through the grand jury, which I believe is in Florida. All right, big 2 o'clock hour. We have Dom's Money Melody. We're bringing in some new people at Mulligans in addition to all the regulars. It's going to be an extravaganza. And I've been noticing this guy who I believe is a former union or is a union iron worker, construction worker, former Democrat, I think, something like that, is really scorching with Wake Up Jersey. His Twitter handle, when you go, his Twitter is a source. It's unbelievable. He's going to come on for a couple of minutes and introduce himself. He'll be part of the roving panels and all the other fun that happen. Matt Rooney will be there, Paula Scanlon. So it's going to be quite, if you want to meet all these folks, here's your opportunity in one shot. And if you want to see me eat the cleaner of the oysters, I'm going to wrap the other ones up, drive them home after being in the heat for 8 hours, and drive them over to Dan's in South Jersey, drop them off at the door for him. I'm sure he can consume them then. He seems to think there's no problem.
What are we
with
talking, oysters?
That's oysters, yeah.
I'm not doing warm oysters.
It's like a bioweapon.
No, I learned my lesson down in Myrtle Beach. I think we got the Legionnaires.
Oh, Legionnaires? What the hell's going on here?
1800s.
All right, so you get in now. Hit us with that all-time kids film. People on Twitter defending old Yeller. At a point, he had rabies. They had to do it. I still think with kids, someday you're going to have to take out old Yeller. I know it's a classic.
Horrible lesson.
I know.
What do you mean?
The guy who on
Old
Twitter.
Yeller is a terrible lesson.
Marcus Aurelius says, well, the kid grew up and he became a man. He did what he had to do. I don't know. I don't think the kid killed him.
Yeah, he killed him in the end. Yeah.
Oh,
he
my
shot
God.
him.
Hey, Dan, keep Henry away
what's
from...
What's the lesson learned?
Yeah, keep Henry away from shotguns and mercy
Appreciate what you got
here.
while you got it.
Yeah, appreciate
Dan,
what you got.
You look like you're limping a little
Life
bit
and
there
death.
from the oysters. So
Everything
let's bring
comes
Henry
to an
in.
end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom's trying to give me
Like,
Legionnaires.
I forget what age I read the book, but like it teaches about life and death at least a little bit.
All right. It's 855-839-1210. Big 2 o'clock hour straight ahead.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I've never understood the fascination with seeking somebody's autograph.
Maybe when I was a little kid, I did. As an adult,
Yeah.
I've never once asked for an autograph.
We had John Cena 13 years ago. We took a picture for social media,
Yeah.
and I said hello. I shook his hand.
Autographs are weak sauce.
I also think if you are the celebrity, you're not out of line by saying no to an autograph seeker if that seeker is an adult. You're a jerk if you do it to a kid.
The worst.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Former University of the Arts students have an opportunity to reclaim their artwork that's been locked up since the school closed last year. Applications are now open to volunteer at World Cup soccer games in Philly next year. And Taylor Swift announces her 12th studio album on the Kelsey Brothers podcast.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Your dream kitchen or bath starts with family. Ours. At Kitchen Magic, we're a second-generation, family-owned company with over 45 years of experience remodeling kitchens and baths. We proudly make our own cabinets in the USA, so we're tariff-proof and built to last. Right now, you can save up to 30% off cabinets through August. Choose the experts your neighbors trust. Kitchen Magic. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com to schedule your free consultation.
All right, it is Dom time. It's 855-839-1210. Dom's Money Melody coming up for a great prize, God knows, from today's kids' films or radio. It's National Youth Day. But we also did this because Josh Shapiro is just endlessly fascinating. And this is going to be a titanic struggle. I'm predicting, based upon what I know, that Stacey Garrity is going to run against him, thank God. And he will do literally anything. He's the guy who will literally do anything. One of the most annoying things he does is to bring up his son as somebody who asked all these questions, and then we make public policy based on them. Here's Josh today from, I think this is a day or so ago. Someone sent it to me from Facebook, though. Here's Shapiro talking about what looks to be something akin to transportation curtailment with SEPTA. This is always a big deal. And I just want to throw out the broader look. SEPTA, over all the years I've done talk radio, has just been disgraceful. For whatever reason, they're bored, the nonsense they do, the boondoggles of what they've spent on. And we always hear the rest of the state are backward. They don't get that we all need SEPTA here. And Josh Shapiro is trying to encapsulate that by citing his 14-year-old son.
Had a conversation with our 14-year-old son just the other day. He's off doing something else with his family. I'm here fighting to make sure we get a state budget done that funds our mass transit. And our son Ruben asked me, what's holding everything up? And I said, a big piece of what's holding it up is there are some folks who don't believe in funding our buses and our trolleys and our trains and our subways. My 14-year-old looked up and just said, how are people supposed to get to work, Dad? He got it. He understood it. People instinctively understand that here in Philadelphia, and I would argue all across Pennsylvania. Mass transit is critical to get people to work, to get students where they need to go, to give parents more time with their children.
All right, so here we go again. Now, what's happening with Republicans is this. They're saying, all right, we're going to have to give in on this SEPTA stuff, this boondoggle, but we want more oversight. We want to overlook these people more because they just scream mass transit. He brings up the 14-year-old son. Now, if you remember, this is the same guy, Shapiro. I think his son, he said, was 10 or 11 a few years back. That's how he had an epiphany. Shapiro did. Suddenly, he was against capital punishment. because the son said, how could you do that? How could we take a life? Can't there be the good son in here? Just like the Bible. Can't the good son say, well, we can take a life because we're trying to protect people. And this is a deterrent. And that's why you allegedly, Josh, were in favor of the death penalty throughout your career, at least on paper. So here we go again with SEPTA. Ken Lawrence came on the show, the head of SEPTA, and I got to say, I thought he was pretty good. He made a number of good points. That doesn't mean, though, day to day, what SEPTA engages in and what I see is not something that is just abysmal. And we're expected to pay for this again and again. Ungodly amounts of money. And Republicans are saying no, and they're going to get more oversight. But the media, because the broader thing I'm trying to make is this. I am pro-car. I've always been pro-car. I always will be pro-car. I'm so pro-car as far as being able to jump in and maneuver that I'm going through. And Henry, I think I told you, I don't know if I told Dan, I've had to drive a loaner. Beautiful car. The color, I'll let you see it, is this blue. That Can't we get one? It's a Bronco.
Better than black.
Shades of OJ.
Oh, you're driving a Bronco?
A Bronco, yes.
Oh, wow.
But,
Philadelphia police, watch out.
Yeah, that's right. But parking said vehicle is not like parking my own. Somehow or another, some cockamamie rule with the PPA, if you have dealer tags on it, they say you can't park in a press zone. A, and B, I don't know if you guys have parked a vehicle like that. Suddenly going from a Focus to sitting up high and parking it is like,
don't act like you don't love
it.
You're going to get rid of the Focus and get an SUV.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to drive
no doubt.
I'm going to drive an SUV where
you love driving down in the SUV. You said it yourself. Down to DC.
Nice parking by you, though. You got right up to the end. You set the edge. It's like football. You set the edge of the parking lot.
PO'd I was afterwards, though?
Yeah.
Because we parked in a parking garage down in D.C., and the guys left all my windows.
You let the new car smell out.
Well,
I remember
Not only that, but we were next to the gas cans and oil cans and cleaning
brutal.
supplies.
Yeah, but you don't bring that to... You don't try to drive that and park in this little lot that
I don't.
Maybe has 6.5 cars if everybody scooches in 7 for 6 radio stations. You set the edge well, though, with your car today. I noticed that.
Yeah,
and I was tempted to...
You see the one up front, though? Horrible.
Yeah. I was tempted to park and put it there. Then I knew I'd get a $50 ticket. So I had to park like 5 blocks away to pull in. That's the only pull in I could find.
Let's do the math.
Yeah.
I mean, one $50 ticket to test it. But you're paying what? Like $10 a day?
I'm only paying $6.24.
Really?
Yeah, for 4.5 hours.
Okay, so I guess you wouldn't... $50. It might be a gamble you're willing to take.
There's a zone. If you park above 29th here in downtown Philadelphia, much more reasonable versus what the other is.
Don't tell our coworkers.
There you go. That's right. Yeah. All right. But these people like Shapiro and others, they're the enemy of the car. They want everybody in mass transit. The media does too. The car represents all that's great about America. It just gives you freedom. You don't have to think it through. Oh, what bus, what SEPTA is going to do. Now, I know if you're in the suburbs and trains and all that, they're better. Henry, you're not a mass transit guy. You're a car driver, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. Why?
I don't like relying on other people to get
There you go. That's it. Exactly. That's it. It's surety. It's freedom. That car is just sitting there waiting for us to jump in. Dan, I don't know. He could go either way. Honest. No, I think you're a
public transport.
If I was a little more patient on the road, maybe I'd like taking the train more, but I like going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And not being under anything can happen. Which I know a few times have had difficulty because they don't have to produce. They're a monopoly. They're still going to get paid. They're still going to get all this money. But Josh Shapiro's 14-year-old son is called as the expert witness, and he says, "Oh, come on, Dad. Everybody knows that. How are people going to get to work?" Once again, the Republicans are being posed as these Neanderthals. They don't get the wonders of mass transit. That's what it's about. Martina White, who was on the show yesterday, said it best. They're so worried about getting kids to Lincoln High School and schools like it. Maybe they should worry more, though, once they get to the school. We don't have 900 kids in 22 trailers over at Lincoln because of illegal immigration. That was my contribution. So this is going to play out big time. I don't think Republicans are going to cave. I think they're going to fight Shapiro over it. I think Stacey Garrity will be involved. I hope she announces sooner rather than later, but I think she is running. And that is definitely a big, big win. All right, 855-839-1210, you jump on board. You know, the story that's getting buried today a lot, the stock market is paying attention now. And this is from CNN this morning, talking about inflation. And I think everybody in the world was ready to say, wow, this is going to be bad because of the tariffs, because of any number of things. Even CNN this morning in this report, I think, admits that our push for energy, our all-out push for energy is lowering things, lowering the cost of a lot of stuff. Here's a report. The big inflation number was today. What was it?
When you look at the key categories that we always look at, energy, food, and shelter, energy fell by 1.1%. That was largely driven because of gas prices falling in the month of July by 2.2%. Look at that food. I mean, this is where people spend their money, right? Food every single day. Food flat, 0%, and actually down at the grocery store by 0.1%. And then shelter, we always usually see an increase because that is what people are paying on rent, and we know that rents are rising.
All right. So again, 0% food. And the market is soaring. I don't look at the Dow, look at the S&P, sometimes the NASDAQ, but really up. They were expecting the same thing. How's this possible? I think energy is the underlying cause of this, that we are exploiting, going all out for energy, and thus food prices stable, zero. Energy, gas, things of that nature are fueling it. I mean, this is a win, win, win. I'm really surprised. I thought it would be up a tick, and that's all that we would hear. Trump, chaos, tariffs, the whole thing. All right, let's go to David. Lexington, South Carolina, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good.
I'll give you some good news. I'm not going to sing my answer, so okay. I'll spare y'all.
Oh, sing it though, David.
You can sing it. That adds to it. Yeah.
No, y'all don't want that. This is an answer that not only is it okay for a parent to watch this with a child, it's almost like a requirement. I mean, I think the state should take your kids away if you don't do this with your children. Is you've got to on Saturday mornings get you a big bowl of cereal and watch Looney Tunes with your kids. It's just a must.
Yeah, Looney Tunes are an all-time.
I got a question for Dave.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
So in the chat, David's one of the regulars over in the YouTube chat. He's been saying he's been having a lot of trouble with Siri because, as you can hear, David has a Southern accent. Is it true that Siri's not picking up your Southern accent, David?
You have no idea how many times I put a message in there and I go, that's not what I said.
I'm
surprised they know the South Philly accent.
Wait a minute. Yeah, Siri is anti the Southern accent.
Yeah, she don't like the Southern accent.
Oh, absolutely. We need a Confederate one.
All right, watch that talk here. Yeah, we're going to have a Confederate Siri. All right, by the way, just an update with Dan here in full-fledged today. Bruce Springsteen being widely supported in each concert. He actually labels it. I'm going to tell you about Trump now. John Fogerty, who's a name of pretty good renown, I've never heard anything bad about him, said he is more enraptured than ever with Springsteen because of this. You know Fogerty's work? I mean, I've never heard anything.
CCR, yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well.
All right, yeah.
Whatever, Fogerty. I mean, if politics makes you like something more, then maybe you should.
Yeah, that would be for a musician. That seems to be a bit out of line. All right, speaking of music, it is time right now for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All the money gone.
All right, we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Akron Rubber Ducks. Yes, that's the name. At First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania this Sunday, August 17th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com.
All right, I'll take it, Dom.
Okay.
Today, is that fair, Henry? Did you want me to?
You came up with it. It's all
right.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, we came up with it kind of together. Yeah. So, Dom, today we're talking a kids show, and one of my all-time favorites, I've talked about it many times on this show, is a story featuring a young aardvark and his family. What?
That's too much already.
No, are we asking the name of the show?
No, but keep going.
Okay, and we're all familiar with a very popular theme song, Dom. So we're going to ask what popular artist provided his voice for a very popular theme song for a TV show. We don't want the TV show name. We want to know who it is singing here. Dom, take a listen. Oh, too far back. So Dom, a very famous individual singing that song, a voice that many of us recognize, a person whose voice kind of seems to come down in the family. Sounds very similar to another family member of his. Who is this individual singing this song for what became one of the greatest cartoons for children of all time?
All right, hit us with that. You're off to the Reading Phillies for a great night. 855-839-1210, and you get the belt for today on Dom's Money Melody on Talk Radio 1210.
One more time, Zeoli Army, we get to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May for our final summer broadcast at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey on Friday, August 15th, 3 to 7 p.m. You don't need a ticket. You don't need a reservation. The show is free. So come on by 3 to 7 p.m. Friday, August 15th at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Let's make some final summer memories together. I'll see you August 15th.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philly and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office, get that almost impossible dinner reservation, and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. The results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. This summer, Yaza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, and more savings. For a limited time, get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or CX-90. That's just 1.9% financing plus available low lease offers. Discover how Mazda has more to move you. Yaza Mazda of Westchester, Yaza Mazda of Reading, or online, yazamazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's absolutely right. All right, kids, National Youth Day side question. This cartoon, who is it that's performing this song?
Has an original point of view.
Hey.
What a wonderful time of day.
Let's go to Ray in the Northeast. All right, Ray, you get the belt today if you can answer. Who's performing that song?
Well, before we answer that question, I will be at Mulligan's on Friday, and then afterwards I have a reservation for Hemingway's to see the other guy.
Hey!
The answer.
All right, a double
feature.
header. Yeah, what are we calling people that are taking that express? We need a name for all these people that are doing that. I'm not sure, Ray. Yeah. So,
how about the 1210 Express?
Okay, that's 1210 Express. Yeah, that's Ernie Davis was the Express, but yeah, that works, Ray. Well, great. Make sure you say hello.
Okay, well, not to worry. Also, I think you want an answer. I'm going to guess Ziggy Marley.
Hey!
All right, nicely played, Ray. I mean, the only Ziggy I know was a cartoon and that great character in The Wire. Ziggy was the top 10 character.
I remember Zig. Yeah, that guy was a moron.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about bars. I mean, when you can be showing stuff in bars and they just laugh, that's pretty amazing bar on The Wire. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Showing stuff is a good way to put it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what a horrible character. Maisie hated that character.
He's the worst.
He is the worst.
Yeah, that's why I thought he was such a good character. He
great.
just showed he's going to do something so reckless. That'll be it.
For those that are listening on our stream, that what you heard was Ziggy Marley singing the Arthur theme song there. Ziggy Marley being the son of Bob Marley. Arthur running for 25 years on PBS, kind of going off the rails there at the end when he came to social issues. But we'll ignore that. Good run there, Arthur.
All right. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. Pleased to say that, Trump lives under a lucky star. I want to play one more time. And if you've seen it on YouTube, you know what we're talking about. YouTube.com/1210. It's the police chief is on Twitter and across social media has become the face of making the case, no matter how many David Muirs tonight put up all these weird statistics. I'm telling you, it's going down. This police chief, I think if I went out, even into Philadelphia where it's a crapshoot, and said, hey, what is chain of command? I think 7 to 8 out of 10 of people would answer efficiently and quickly what chain of command means. I'm not going for 90. But I'm sorry, Dan. Here's the chief, former equity officer for the Washington police, now the chief of police in Washington, Reporter Gaggle. You're going to hear first the chief, and because it's so bad, the mayor has to jump into the ring to answer.
That's what the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
Well, is it Pam Bondi speaking to the mayor, speaking to you, or how does this work?
So the executive order is clear. The president has requested MPD services, and our home rule charter outlines the process. The president designated Attorney General Bondi as his proxy to request services through me.
That's what the chain.
So again, the police commissioner says, what does that mean? From the reporter, chain of command reference, just chain of command. It's a paramilitary organization. The mayor then steps into the microphone, sort of, and the police chief then steps aside and tries to just go on with the answer. I'm telling you, this is the type of stuff where when you're onto something here, this is all over the place saying, well, wait a minute. How are we supposed to believe this police force is effective when the police chief can't even say, doesn't even know what chain of command means. It's a tell. It's a moment. They're going to produce all kinds of statistics. I think Judge Janine on this is on the right thing. This is cut 4, Henry. The absurd laws that are there, and she particularly, maybe that's the wrong one. No, it's cut 11. Shapiro talking about, as U.S. attorney, what is she able to do to fight crime? And particularly, she's zeroing in on juvenile crime, which is rampant. Here's Shapiro.
Here's the problem. Assuming that they're 17 years, older than 17 years old, I can get the case. If they're under 18 years of age, I can only get the case if it's murder, rob one, rape, or even if they shoot a gun but don't kill you, I can't get it. So the law has to be changed. As the president said, cashless bail. That has to be changed. All right, then even assuming I get the case, I get jurisdiction, I get a conviction, the D.C. Council has given the judges the ability to give probation on shootings. And so then it's up to them. All of these things, the Youth Rehabilitation Incarceration Reduction Act, and now they want to seal records. So if we work hard, we get a conviction, they want to wipe it out. So that needs all to be changed. Okay.
I wish I could get Judge Janine on. Henry, work your maggot. You had a good streak today. We got Judge Dugan on if you missed it. Judge Janine's come on before. Here's the point. A tell with these places, you know what it always is. It's bad enough with adult crime. The judge near the end in that little gaggle making the point, it's sealed. So, again, people usually don't murder someone in cold blood. They just don't go out and do that the first time around. Usually. Could happen. But when you're sealing these stuff with vicious juveniles, and look at in Philadelphia, look at the case in Mayfair that we talk about all the time, killing that 14-year-old boy, bringing in water for the family. Look at the case of Officer Fitzgerald. We have this punk from the suburbs thinking he's playing some kind of video game. The guy from Buckingham, killing Officer Fitzgerald. I mean, assassinating him, shooting him, then standing over top of him and shooting him. The punk from the suburbs is white. Officer Fitzgerald's black. And Larry Krasner still can't bring himself, I think, even for life imprisonment, let alone the death penalty. Juvenile crime, any hint of juvenile crime, that's what you have to look at. What should be done? What should be done in some of these cases is they ought to be treated like adults. You murder someone, you're getting the death penalty. Sealing up the records. Well, you know, that was just a mistake that was made when they were young. You seal those records up, and then we don't see anything, and they continue to progress, and we don't find out to the other end when the violence gets worse. This is the thing that's being unmasked in Washington. Juvenile crime is unparalleled there. It is out of control, and who knows how that plays out into the statistics that they're talking about. I'd love to see David Muir. David Muir mustn't have listened to his colleague. This is cut 5. This is an ABC News anchor local in Washington, D.C. I don't know how she got away with this, breaking the script on her show, talking about how dangerous it is for her and her colleagues, what's happened at the ABC local bureau in D.C.
We've been talking so much about the numbers, and yeah, usually that's how you play devil's advocate, is you talk about, oh, well, stats say crime is down. However, I can tell you firsthand here in downtown D.C. where we work, right here around our bureau, just in the past 6 months, you know, there were 2 people shot. 1 person died, literally 2 blocks down here from the bureau. It was within the last 2 years that I actually was jumped, walking just 2 blocks down from here. And then just this morning, one of my coworkers said her car was stolen a block away from the bureau. So we can talk about the numbers going down, but crime is happening every single day because we're all experiencing it firsthand while working and living down here.
Do they want to make the argument what an acceptable level of crime is? Is that the argument? What argument are they making on the other side? They seem to come back to the argument, Trump's just being an authoritarian. It's Epstein he's trying to get us to not think about. CNN, we played you yesterday, saying Epstein has gone down in social media and everything else. I'm sure it's a spasm. It might return. That's the attack. Then January 6th comes up, okay? But the bottom line is Trump is not accepting the status quo. And Judge Jeanine, I'm watching her right now on Fox, is right on top of, again, speaking on juvenile crime. You heard what she said. She can't do anything about it. They're protected until a certain age, then everything's sealed up and you start over again. That's insane. Where's the justice for victims versus, well, this is a juvenile? Really? They're carjacking you at gunpoint. They're shooting people, raping people, roving gangs. Do we really care what their age is here when you get to that level? When you get to that, this isn't a kid stealing something in a store. This is a level of violence that is out of control. And this police chief exposed herself today by saying, what is the chain of command? Wow, famous words. What a tell. All right, coming up, we're really gearing up for Mulligans. And as I said, we'll have all of our usuals there. But Matt Rooney coming. Also, we're going to have, we think Dawn Fantasia might be there. And also, Wake Up NJ, Wake Up New Jersey. I just saw this guy on Twitter, and I think he was at the rally the other day in Seaside Heights with Scott Presler, and invited him, and he's taken off. He's a construction guy, but he's got a large following. Just wanted him to introduce himself a little bit. You'll be hearing him with us on Friday, and you can be there in person and meet all these people. It's going to be a fabulous event. Then, of course, right over the bridge, Rich over there, the guy that called in from Northeast Hemingway's. It is a twofer of twofers, and no radio station does anything like this. You know, this is at the shore, back to back, separated by just a few miles. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Former University of the Arts students have an opportunity to reclaim their artwork that's been locked up since the school closed last year.
Applications are now open to volunteer at World Cup soccer games in Philly next year. And Taylor Swift announces her 12th studio album on the Kelsey Brothers podcast.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, that's exactly it. Kind of a confluence of factors here today. Josh Shapiro's son comment and National Youth Day. Hit us with that all-time TV show or film that would be a great thing for kids. Even if adults watch it, my two were Home Alone and Toy Story, and I love them, but could be kids related. All right, headed to Mulligans, of course, this Friday. And we, over the 4 or 5 years at Mulligans, we developed quite a cast of characters, and I'm trying to add some people that caught my attention because of all that's going on in Jersey. Bring your electric bills, don't forget that. But Wake Up NJ is one of them. We hope to talk with him here in a moment. Just a brief introduction, so when you hear him on Friday. It's Michael, we don't need a last name here, from Wake Up, New Jersey. That's his Twitter handle. Michael, welcome to the Dom Giordano Show. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me on. How you doing today?
Good, Michael. So I saw you a little bit at the big Unite the Right rally with Scott, our buddy, in Seaside Heights, and Jack Cettarelli. And you were gracious enough, even though you're a hardworking guy, a construction guy, to tell us you're coming to Mulligans. What's the success of Wake Up New Jersey? What's your background politically? What do you do?
Well, I'm a union construction worker, and I'm a boss at my job site. And for me, it's just trying to bring people together just on my job site, and it parallels to what I'm trying to do online. And once you bring more people together, you inspire them, you give them motivation. They'll want to make a difference. When they see things change and see things happening, they'll want to do more and more. So for me, that's the success of what we're doing. It's really the people helping us out, not just us, doing what we're doing here.
I saw when you posted you would be there. Exactly. You have people that are just, this is really a rising thing you got going on. How did you end up, though, with the Cettarelli thing? Are you supporting Jack?
Well, for me, of course, I'm supporting Jack, but I'm supporting the people in New Jersey. The full assembly is up as well, so that's a very, very important thing to me. But I just want to make sure people are seeing an everyday person just like them that wants to make a difference and inspire them to want to do the same thing.
Yeah, well, it's rare, too. Construction. So what's the hardest thing in construction, Michael? Obviously, I've not done that. I don't think my producers have. Is it cold weather or hot weather?
It's always hot weather. Cold weather stinks, but I run hot, so I wear a T-shirt during wintertime. So for me, the summertime really stinks, unfortunately.
Oh, I would have gone with the summer I could put up with, but the cold, oh, my God. That's and you're the boss on a job, so are people aware of what you're doing on Twitter?
Yes, they sometimes they mock me a little bit, but they sing songs about me. But you know what? all in all, I actually have people that work with me that come up and say, thank you for what you're doing. It's actually inspiring to see them paying attention as well. So that's something that's very uplifting for me.
Absolutely. Well, Michael, it'll be a thrill to meet you. I know you had to move around your schedule and all, and be ready for Mulligans. It is our summer White House. It is a fun time of the year. You're joining a cast of great characters and pundits because I think you really got the pulse of Jersey here, the stuff that you've been doing. So keep it up, and we'll see you on Friday. And again, where do people go to follow you on Twitter?
They can find me on Wake Up NJ. I'm on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube as well, and Facebook. So just type in Wake Up NJ, and you'll see me there.
All right, Michael, see you around 11:45 or so on Friday.
I'll see you then. Thank you for having me on.
You're welcome, Michael. All right, no last name here. We don't need that. That's fine. Just a rising guy that I've seen with this that really has taken off, and I saw him at the Presler event. Hey, by the way, I saw this story today, and I'm going to take more calls. And it brought me back to Joey Vento. It's the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. They say, and I know the guy too, he's a nice enough guy, but come on, Chad Lassiter is the head of this. They say they're considering holding hearings on the decision by the University of Pennsylvania Law School to pause scholarships that are race-based and close its equal opportunity office. Chad, the head of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Committee, said this seems like a racial attack. He earned his master's degree in social work from Penn. I'm hurt. You don't expect to see that from the University of Pennsylvania. Lassiter said people from the Penn community, greater Philadelphia area, have reached out to him asking whether there's anything that the commission can do. The commission holds public sessions to hear concerns, but has no power to penalize Penn. Since they announced that last week, it would close these things. This is part of the settlement with the Trump administration, and I happen to believe is on point. Now, my experience with them is the trial of Joey Vento, because Joey Vento put up, what was it? Was it 3 inches by 6 inches or 6 inches by 9 inches, a little sign saying you're in America, I'm paraphrasing, speak English, please speak English when ordering. And all hell broke loose. I was there when Joey Vento, down at his cheesesteak place, Extravaganza, would be on the phone with the BBC for an hour and a half. We went on tour and everybody knew him. That's how wild it's the wildest story that I've done in talk radio. And Vento, of course, he got fined by the city of Philadelphia for wearing excess jewelry, was the fine for cooking cheesesteaks. Excess jewelry. Yeah. Yeah. We had the testimony. And at the hearing, which was held at the Quaker Center in downtown Philadelphia, 8-hour hearing, I think it was. When Vento came in, women presented him with roses in the crowd. They were cheering. There was a crowd of a couple hundred people cheering him. And the guy who testified from the Human Relations Commission was asked, so you think he should have translators there? And the guy said, that's right. Well, what if it's Swahili? Then you better know Swahili. He actually said this. You can look it up in the testimony. So these are a joke. They're there to try to censor people, to try to chill people. And guess what? Penn made this agreement vis-a-vis Leah Thomas and a million other things. And the Trump administration's doing that with Harvard now. We'll have that pretty soon. And no Human Relations Commission is going to chill them in this. I'm talking about the Trump administration. That's my experience with this cockamamie courts. There was a fear that there might be some sanction against him at that point. He ended up winning 2-1. And Henry, it was so long, and these women were so tired. Imagine this is an official hearing in a big auditorium. Mm-hmm. I want to say around 6th or 7th Street, big place, Quaker place. They started flicking the lights off and saying it's time to go home. The Quaker ladies. I wish we had big social media then. I wish we had YouTube to see Vento called to testify. Oh, my God. Just amazing. Just amazing, some of the testimony. But you better know Swahili if you're running a cheesesteak shop. So let's see what Penn does, what the Pennsylvania Human Relations do. But the Trump administration is on to something here. All right, we'll have more on that as it continues. Coming up, we have the lightning round here. Hit us with that all-time kids TV or a film that you think, so far the one we've been talking about is, first, I got an oyster expert. Let me do that. I'll get his side, then we'll do the lightning round.
Jerry's
Jerry's
fired
great
up
caller.
today, man.
Jerry's a great caller. All right, he's got some oyster advice. Now, Mike tested, Dan. I knew Henry will be there. This guy is going to down all those oysters. You've heard him talking about oysters and Cumberland County and why we have to take
so
back.
good.
We may march out there and put signs up saying the Bay of New Jersey, we're going to be so fired up here.
You know, Dom, they are also an aphrodisiac.
As if I didn't know. That's the whole bit, Dan, here with Mike. Why do you think I made such a big deal out of it? Like, you think that's a random fact?
He goes, if I didn't know, Dan.
I was thinking, could we do, now it's a 2 out of line, God only knows with these listeners. I was saving that for Thursday with the oyster thing. All-time aphrodisiacs. Would that be troublesome? I mean, you're screening the
No, I
calls.
like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Is there enough?
Yeah, that's more of a him.
What do you mean, are there enough?
Are there enough? I don't.
Don't you remember what's the name? Why am I
Giordano's
Cosby?
voice.
No, Cosby. Cosby.
I heard your voice is aphrodisiac.
No, Cosby always used to talk about that. There's
Barbecue
testimony.
sauce.
Yeah. Barbecue sauce. Oh, my. Poor Maisie.
No,
Poor
no,
Maisie.
I think
Poor Maisie.
No, I'm saying, didn't Cosby say barbecue sauce was an aphrodisiac?
Spanish fly, I think he said.
Yeah,
that was
he did a lot worse than
that. Yeah. Jerry and Elmer. All right, Jerry, thanks for saving me. What can you tell me? You're an oyster expert.
All right, you can eat a dozen of them, Don, maybe more. Nobody said they had to be raw. I work for the Elmer Grange oyster dinner. You bread them, you deep fry them, and you eat them, man. They are great. You can eat a bunch of them.
It's cheating, Jerry.
That's not cheating, man. That's oyster dinner. That's the way it is.
No, Dom needs the full booger experience.
Yeah, so, Jerry, now here's the thing, health-wise, you heard Johnny say, those are cleaner, the smaller ones. That's what I should go with, right?
Yeah, who knows? I don't know.
But you're an oyster expert. What do you mean? Say you're throwing up your hands?
I
you might
never
get
said sick. I was an oyster expert. I just cooked a million of them in my lifetime. Hey, Don, the wind and you're throwing the football. Every coach in the league goes out before the game, looks at the goalpost, looks at the flags, and see if there's a wind. Wait for a day when there is a gale. Wait for the gale to be at your back, and then throw the ball. And if somebody says you're cheating, they don't know football, do they?
That's exactly right. And guess what? I have a Bridgestone ball that's aerodynamically designed. A guy gave it to me to throw 40 yards.
And Jerry, Dom is fond of the lick the finger, hold it to the wind to see which way it's blowing. I have seen him do that before.
I'm looking for any advantage. Absolutely.
One serious thing, Don. This is driving me nuts. The kids at night, the juveniles, they're working for the gangs. They're not Wally Cleaver or Beaver Cleaver out there in the middle of the night. The gangs are hiring them. They go and steal the cars for the gangs. Why doesn't anybody put two and two together? This is what's going on. These kids are bulletproof, and the gangs know it. Wake up.
Yeah, we know. Shoplifting juveniles, exactly right. All right, so it's leave it to Beaver, right, for you, Jerry? You mentioned that.
Of course it is. Leave it to Beaver, Tom. Go eat those oysters. Go eat those oysters. See ya.
Come on, Dom.
All right, you got to come out. Henry, how many oysters are you going to eat? Just taking your temperature here.
I mean, if they're offered, I'll have like a dozen.
A dozen?
Yeah, why not?
You kidding me? Oh, man.
They're just little, just little shots.
Oh, okay.
Throw a little red wine vinegar on.
All right, I'm going with one. I'm starting with one. I've committed to one here. So
one raw.
Yeah, whatever Johnny puts in for. I
right.
trust Johnny on this stuff. He's not going to. Yeah. Okay. It is finally.
Now you don't chew it, right?
You chew it.
No.
No, you just gulp. Oh, you throw it back.
It.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right. What a tough. Why?
I just want to make sure that you're not sitting there chewing an oyster.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask Mike Testa. I'm going to say, Dan has a question for you. You'll be back here. Hey, Mike, did you know it's an aphrodisiac?
Wait, am I right in saying that, Henry? You're not supposed to chew oysters, right?
You can.
I don't.
If
you could. It's a free country. I personally don't.
Yeah. All right. It's 855.
I think it's a bad oyster if you're chewing.
855-839-1210. Jump in on the lightning round.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Houlahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's exactly right. Kids film, kids TV show. Let's go to Chef Dave in Oakland. Dave, your oyster advice quickly, what would you say?
Well, if you're going to have them fried, you have to have them with arugula, goat cheese, and a citrus vinaigrette.
Ooh, that sounds
All right,
good.
Johnny, get busy back there.
The first time eating them raw,
Yeah.
use the cocktail sauce. After you get a taste, then you use the mignonette sauce. The red wine sauce they make, you know.
All right, Dave. Well, I hope as usual you'll be there to conduct all this and make sure I'm safe.
Listen, man, I have to take my cousin to the doctor's. I'm trying to get out of it.
Well, remember
the
last time there were, Dan, live electric wires, and Dave still moved them aside and said, I'm going to the Dom Giordano
Horrible
day.
storm. The guy is downed wires and takes it upon himself rather than waiting for someone to come out, clearing it himself. And
Yeah,
so
Odyssey
poor
lawyers
guy.
don't listen to any of this. Okay. Dave, what's your film?
Well, it's the Twilight Zones and the Pacific one. The old man, the old hillbilly, goes hunting with his dog, coon hunting. It goes under the water. The dog's drowning, so he dives in to save it. Comes out. He's walking down the road. He comes to a gate. And the guy says, you can come in, but you can't come in because no dog's allowed. And he says, Rhett not coming? I'm not coming. So he walks down the road, and he comes to the next gate, and the guy goes, I'm glad you're here. You came to the right gate. And it was heaven.
All right, well put, Dave. I'm a big fan of the Twilight Zone. I know some think it's all just the same thing all the time.
For kids?
I don't think that's a kid's one
He had a
necessarily.
great childhood.
For kids. Yeah, that's Karen. That was great
Gremlin on
for
the way?
something.
Yeah, I'm sure my daughter will.
Karen in North Carolina. Karen, what's yours?
Yeah. Hey, Dom. Hi, Henry. And Dan. Yeah, my movie is Big with Tom Hanks. It's sort of modern, but it looks at the world through the eyes of both a child and an adult. And you know, he at the end of the movie, he's teaching these mysterious woman in it, Elizabeth Perkins, to lighten up and be more childlike. And then also at the end, though, he's convinced that he wants to go back and be a kid and not become an adult with all the responsibilities and all that.
Thank you, Karen, very much. Joe of Exton, is he on brand today? I think so. Joe, what's yours?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. During the weekday evenings at 6:30, Chief Halftown would show episodes of Spanky McFarlane and the Little Rascals.
All right, Joe, that is definitely
Chief Halftown.
Yeah, Chief Halftown. I don't think he was really a native. He was like a Native American, who was the wrestler? He was really from 9th and Wharton or something.
No, he was actually, Chief Halftown was indeed born on the Cattaraugus Reservation.
Okay.
25 miles south of Buffalo, New York. He was part of the Seneca Nation of New York.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay.
We're focused on the wrong guy in that sentence.
Passed away in Brigantine.
Kind of
did?
Spanky.
Yeah.
In Brigantine?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you don't know Spanky McFadden from the Little Rascals and his little hair?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure,
I
absolutely.
knew him, maybe.
All right, I think we got enough that we got to ponder here. So let's start with Henry. Give me a couple of possible.
Yeah, I thought the two conversation starters today were Joe in Columbus with his answer of Old Yeller.
Yes.
And then I really liked Karen in North Carolina's answer there of Big. She explained this plot very nicely.
Okay.
And, you look through it both as a kid and through an adult lens.
Okay, the Old Yeller throughout the show, but Big is very good too. Dan?
I like Big. I like the Old Yeller. Twilight Zone was interesting, but I think the all-time best answer is probably on the Mount Rushmore of kids shows. Might be Dave in South Carolina's answer of Looney Tunes.
That was a great answer. That would be one that we could have taken off. All right, let's go to Dave in Lexington, and we'll figure out why Siri doesn't understand his. He only has a little Southern accent. I wouldn't say he's foghorn, leghorn Southern accent. Okay, great stuff today. Scott Jennings is going to join us tomorrow. He told the story on CNN last night. His experience in Washington, the violence, the crime. Let's see if CNN tells us, if they run what Fox is, that we have a police commissioner there, former equity commissioner, who asked, what is chain of command? What are you talking about? Reporter says chain of command. Who's your chain of command now? The mayor has to jump into the ring. It's hard to believe, but it's the face of what the Washington, D.C. police are. Think of the police chief that we had before, Lawless. What a great name for her. The former police commissioner, or worse. All right, Rich Cio's next. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. You got to be at Mulligan's, too, on Friday, then with Rich at the Grand Hotel. Brought to you by Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.